No, and do we need to establish an agenda?
Yes.
And I need a motion to establish the agenda.
I move that we establish, well, I don't know what it is.
The agenda.
The agenda is published,
The
so we'll,
agenda is published.
there you go.
Second.
And all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So the agenda is established and I will let Fred do our intro.
Great. Our student reps, I think, are going to join us for the afternoon portion. So this morning's portion of our time together will be with Dr. Ray Smith, who I'll introduce in a moment. We're going to really focus in on a lot of conversations. It's kind of a crescendo of conversations that you've been having as a board. Probably even going back to the board previous to this one, thinking around, do our fundamentals say what we want them to? Do they reflect the vision that we have for our school district? And the one that we've talked around, but never really revisited, at least since 2016, is Fundamental 1. And that's the fundamental that has most to do with the teaching and learning with respect to that instructional practice. And so that's kind of the anchor for today, but embedded with that are lots of tentacles into, so what does Fundamental 1 mean in relationship to the other fundamentals? And whatever direction you choose to go, and we choose to go as a governance team, that's certainly going to send a great signal or a strong signal to the system. And so it'll give us a chance to really reflect. It'll be a combination of some of the philosophical ideas around personalized learning, and really getting perspectives from you, but then also anchoring it in research. And Ray will talk a little bit more about that as well. We'll break for lunch around noon, and then our entire leadership team, who is out and about doing professional development right now, they'll join us in here, or at least most of them will have lunch. And then the principals and learning services will head to the high school with Ray, and they're going to have some time with their school improvement plans and working around data and school improvement plans and some work that we actually started in August. The iReady folks who are here doing trainings with our teachers will join you to really give you a better sense of where are we as we're heading into our third year with iReady, and help you better understand not only the math, but somewhat some of the data points. So that will wrap up our day at 3 o'clock, and then we'll head on for the day from there. So it is my pleasure to introduce you to Ray Smith. I was talking to some of our principals in our elementary team about a year ago or so, and they have been doing some work around a book that was around 10 mind frames for teachers. And it's some work by John Hattie and a colleague of his, really around this idea of what are the mindsets, what are those mind frames that we want teachers to have that really transcend instructional strategies, and it's really how do we show up, and how do we want to think about it. And then John Hattie wrote a corollary book to that, and that is called The 10 Mind Frames for Leaders. And one of the colleagues, one of our principals, Megan, Megan had the book, and I was at a site visit, and she slid it over to me, and I was looking at it, and I saw the other co-author on that. And that person was Raymond Smith. And I looked at her and I smiled and I said, I know him. Let me see that. I was not aware of the text at that time. And so we started talking about it. And this person here has had a profound impact on my leadership journey. He and his wife, the other Dr. Smith, Julie Smith, they were the instructors for my master's program when I earned my principal credential at the University of Colorado, Denver in Colorado. We kept up through LinkedIn a little bit. I did some work with his wife, Julie, when I was a principal, when she was working for a company that was doing some reading intervention. And so we kind of kept up, and I followed. They've co-authored books around evaluating instructional leadership, impact coaching, and school improvement for the next generation. And so I followed but I had the opportunity to learn alongside Julie and Ray. And so we started talking, I called them up, we started talking and came up with the idea to bring them and start a conversation with our principals in August. And so we've been reading this text since over the summer with our leadership team, and we're continuing to do some work. But because of Ray's connection with John Hattie, who's written this book, the first book came out, which was Visible Learning. We're going to talk about it more, but because of his connection, what I love about the conversation that we're going to have is that it's not just about mind frames and ideas or whatnot. It is rooted in research about what we're thinking. And so I'm hoping that today's conversation with us can really help us to frame, and he'll lead us through some conversations around personalized learning and what do we want for students to experience. And then how do we backtrack that and say, so then what do we need to do in the classroom? What kinds of practices are we looking for when we say personalized learning? There's an instructional aspect to that, and where does that begin? So with that, I'm just grateful to have Ray here, and I'm back in the classroom.
Nice to be here. Brad, thank you. Maybe we could go around and just give me a sense of why did you want to be on the board, and where did that urgency for you to do this come from?
I've been on the board for 7 years now, one more to go, and I grew up in this community. I'm also professionally an attorney. I've worked with kids and families my whole career as a public defender and representing kids in accompanying kids in IEP meetings and other things, and really recognizing that the foundation of their life is school and the educators that they benefit from. So that's where I felt like I could give to my community. That's what I'm here doing. And I loved every most moments of it. Most.
Thank you.
My name is Maggie Ty. That's a double first name like Peggy Sue. And this is my second term on the board. So I have served 5 years and have 3 more to go. And my family moved back to the Seattle area after 5 years in China. And my older kids are twins. They were really behind in some areas when we moved back. And I was so grateful to the Mercer Island schools for kind of meeting them where they were at. And they both also had like IEPs and an IEP and a 504. And like, they just got such a great education here that I wanted to give back. Yep. And I also have a long history of working with kids. So I'm an occupational therapist, pediatric occupational therapist, and also now social worker. And I've worked in the schools doing both, not these schools. And I had done some volunteering, kind of at the school level, the classroom level, but I wanted to do something that had potentially higher impact. So that's why I ran.
Yeah. So passion for kids and passion for other people's kids.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, like I would say my interest was volunteered in the schools, helped out in the library. And then during COVID, sort of a moment of lockdown, sort of a time to reflect and also to recognize the unique attributes of our community, which I think probably every community believes they're unique, but I could point to a lot of data points to say that we truly are unique.
Right.
And then wondering how that's reflected in our schools. I think a lot of sort of the pedagogy seems borrowed from more, national textbooks. It may be true nationally, but it wasn't evident to me what the unique aspect was that was reflected in our schools. And so that sort of led me on the quest here, sort of a continued quest. And I guess for, background, one of the college I went to, Amherst College, the reason I was attracted to it is a large international body. At the time, it was over 10% international students. Here, similar demographics, actually, like a very significant international community. And some of the questions I think the international community has is, just why are we not borrowing perhaps like some of the attributes of what people are familiar with in other parts of the world when it comes to extracurricular academics.
Yeah.
Why is that sort of perhaps missing, but, lots of extracurricular athletics, for instance?
Nice. Thanks, Dan.
I had a 20-year career in public service at the State Department as a mediator and then instructor at the Foreign Service Institute. And we moved here 8 years ago, and I sort of focused my energy on being a school and community volunteer, and served in the like PTA, superintendent groups like that, sort of level, and then served on the boards of a number of sort of child-focused charities like our Youth and Family Services Foundation, which raises the money for the counselors, and booster clubs and all. And I sort of saw serving on the school board as being, I have a deep interest in the schools. My children were educated at the independent Quaker school in Washington, so they received top-notch educations here, but we've been like just as satisfied with their education that we've had in the Charlotte schools. Like, I think they're doing a fantastic job, and I wanted to see where can I make the biggest impact, and sort of my last hurrah as a school volunteer, to sort of close out my career in public service. I have a junior now, so he'll be out soon, and then I'll stay on for another 10 years, messing with other people's children. So I just saw this as sort of like the capstone to like my volunteer and public service career, like 20 years in federal government and then 10 years as a community and school volunteer.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, somewhere.
Good. Thanks, Julie.
Okay, it was interesting because when you asked the question about the urgency, like, how can I have the urgency? So, but I also have been involved in education, both with students, especially younger students, but also volunteer, being involved in education of my children and volunteering. And I guess maybe what I wanted to fit in is I was involved in the kind of low stream portion of the education, and my background is in public health, so trying to have an impact on the upper stream. However, where I thought the upper stream is not where it is. It's way up, so I have to go to get. But I am somebody that also likes to make sure that it's not only my kids who deserve a better education, and it is every single child that can be reached. So, yeah.
Thanks, Christy.
The urgency, I'm gonna have to think that we should hold it on.
I love the fact that you're passionate about education and that you're wanting to have an impact. That word will come back throughout the presentation today, and the desire to give back in some way, to contribute. It's a thankless job, I know, so I appreciate the work that you do and support that, and glad that Fred reached out and we had a chance to interact again. So as Fred indicated, the presentation today really is to introduce you to a researcher. If you were to Google Professor Hatty's probably one of the top 5 researchers in the world educationally. His book, his first publication of Visible Learning, sold over 1 million copies. This one is, the last time I talked with him, is out somewhere around 40 or 50,000 copies at this point, just recently published. So to introduce you not only to the man, but to the thinking that he is espousing at the base of his work, and give you a little bit of an idea of the impact that instructional practices have on student achievement. The implications then for you and how you frame Fundamental 1, and how Dr. Rundle then interprets that policy you put into place.
My professor just called me doctor.
Sorry.
You made it. It's all downhill.
It feels so strange. How about Fred?
So our learning intentions are these, and I'll give you a chance to read down through those. So we're really looking at, is this a right fit for you, for Mercer Island School District for Fundamental One? Is Fundamental One the main thing, as Fred keeps talking about? And if so, is it focused on the right thing? So the right, at this point, personalized learning, he's asked me to do a little bit of a deep dive into the research, which I've done. You're going to get some of the highlights of that deep dive. Once we take a look at, if that's the focus, then what might be the measures you're looking at to determine whether or not this policy is being implemented with fidelity out in the schools and classrooms. By doing that, to give you a little bit of an understanding about Professor Hattie's research and that. The success criteria is you can articulate what is meant by personalized learning. You can talk a little bit about what the research says about personalized learning itself, and then be able to talk in general terms what Professor Hattie is talking about in his book, superficial level. So let's start with this. Take a moment, and as we go through the slides, you'll see that in the lower left-hand corner, there's a red box, and it'll cue you to the page in your handouts that this might be focusing on this slide. If you don't see a number up there, then it isn't in your handouts. But take a moment. And I know you do classroom walkthroughs at least once a year. As you do your classroom walkthroughs, what might you be expecting teachers to be doing or saying, kids to be doing or saying, that would be evidence to you that personalized learning in that classroom is being implemented well? Bullet points.
Do you want us to write down?
Yeah, give 2 or 3 bullet points, if you will. I'm going to take 30 seconds more and at least get a couple of thoughts, and then we're going to pull back together in a larger group. So let's come back together. So let's popcorn out. What's one thing that you put down on your page, your notes, that you'd expect to see or hear? Yeah.
I feel like if the students are asking clarifying questions and or being checked in on with the teachers to see if.
So 2 components of personalized learning: kids asking questions of the teacher to make sure they understand what the teacher's expectations are, and teachers checking back in with kids.
I wrote, students engage either with a class or within their independent learning.
So, yeah. And Christine, you raise a great question. The question is, you use the word engaged. Huge question. When you walk into a classroom, how do you know kids are engaged? And I'm going to talk with principals about that this afternoon. But engagement is critical. One thing I would point out is there's a gentleman by the name of Graham Nuttall who wrote The Hidden Lives of Learners. So what this researcher did was he mic'd up kids and taped everything they would say in a classroom. And he did that for a period of time, and he would go home and translate what kids were saying. He learned some fascinating things about students in that. Teachers, one, are aware of only about 20% of what goes on in a classroom. Two, he learned that most of the feedback that kids get about their learning are from other students, not the teacher, and most of that is wrong. So a fascinating work to take a look at, but the issue of engagement, yes, Dan?
I guess my observation was I think that appearances can perhaps be deceiving. Like, let me give you a hypothetical.
Okay.
There's a classroom with 20 students and there's 5 different course plans, that are given out. So there's 5 different projects. And so like on one level, I could walk into the classroom and say, oh, that's evidence of personalization. Here's 5 different lessons plans given into different groups. In an alternative sort of universe, there may be 5 different classrooms with 100 students. And so I go into that school and they're all receiving the same lesson plan. And so I go in and say, oh, this doesn't look like differentiation because they're all being taught the same thing. But in fact, like there's already been that level of differentiation. And then to your point about, teacher input, because like they're teaching the same lesson plan, they're actually able to give more personalization than to the students within their classroom.
Yeah.
So I think what one can sort of observe on an appearance that frequently there's a lot more to unpack of what that means. And so I guess I'm more focused on outcomes.
Absolutely. Yeah, another example along the same lines, Dan, might be if you walk into a classroom and you see students sitting in small groups of 3 or 4 students per group, you could make the mistaken notion that there's personalization going on when there may not be personalization going on. It really depends on digging in deeper to the instruction and that. Looking at what kids are doing and saying is critical. What else did you put down?
I mean, this is a negative, right? Which, like, I'm sure it's more helpful to focus on the positives, but for me, a sign of a personalized learning environment is the lack of students who are bored and being forced to do the exact same material as everyone else, even if they've already mastered the topic. So, I mean, I don't really know how you measure that, but like, if you could do like a deep dive with every single student and be like, how is this class for you? Do you know this material already? Like the absence of that is a good sign.
Well, here's the other thing that Graham Nuttall found in his work with kids and teachers, that 50% of what a teacher is teaching is already known by students. The problem is that 50% is not equally distributed. So there's about 20% of the kids that know 50% of what the teacher is already going to teach. There are about 50% that know about 20% of what the teacher is going to be teaching, and there's 20% that know absolutely nothing.
That's exactly how our board breaks down at meetings.
I was going to piggyback off of many times. I totally agree. I guess the phrase that in the opposite way, I think engagement is a sign of a personalized.
And we can't confuse compliance for engagement.
Right.
Which is another mistake that
I'll
can.
pass this around. Let's look at, I'm sorry, when you do that, take a look at page, maybe I marked it here. Yeah. Take a look at page 16 when you get a chance to look. Amy Berry is a PhD student of Dr. Hattie's and just wrote that book on engagement as a way to look at how kids are engaged or not. Yeah.
And I guess like sort of, I think engagement is important, but I'm not sure it's sufficient in and of itself. For instance, like tutoring frequently is used as a form of engagement of those who've already mastered the materials. And I guess I share some more reservations of whether that is the best way to engage intellectually with developing a particular skill set.
Yeah, well, Fred is looking up the effect size on tutoring right now, which is not very high. So good observation to that. So personalized learning, here's what I found in some of the definitions from the research. In this particular research, Zumba in 2015, they talked about a progressively driven model of student learning that is intended to engage kids deeply and authentically around rigorous challenges and personal interests in that. You'll notice a theme as we go through here. The U.S. Department of Education came back in 2010 and they indicated that it's the learning is paced, it's individualized, it's tailored to preferences and specific interests of different students. In 2016, RICBA defined personalized learning as an approach to learning and instruction that's designed around learner readiness and that sort of thing. Strengths, needs, and interests. Grass and Lynch talked about online platforms. In fact, when you research personalized learning, technology platforms come up because really a lot of personalized learning is a multi-dimensional model where it's a classroom of computer-based individualized learning going on. And Lee came back and said it's a student-centered system, again, that supports diverse needs, interests, and abilities. The other thing that I gleaned when I looked at the research coming in from Wernicke and friends that did a systematic review on personalized learning, they basically said that the variability in the definition complicated things. Most of the research that I looked at failed to look at the impact that personalized learning had on student achievement. It was largely around the complications of implementing something that was so poorly defined and the perceptions teachers had in implementation, but it failed to get to the point of, so is personalized learning a high impact, a high energy instructional practice? And the answer I think that I came away with is it isn't. Professor Hattie talks a little bit about a community of professionals that he thinks we need that are talking about learning and developing an expertise to spread the impact of high impact teachers throughout the school. He says most often the times that we have teachers getting together, they're talking about war stories, they're talking about best activities to do in the classroom, but few times get to the point where we're actually talking about learning and the impact of teachers learning on kids in the classroom. So he would come back and say personalized learning is this. He talks about teachers and school leaders that come together to understand the evidence around impact. What does impact mean? What does it mean to have a year's worth of impact in math or science or chemistry, algebra 1? I mean, in other words, we need to have teachers that have those conversations so that we know where kids are, where they come in at, and where we need to take them. Are teachers getting a year's worth of progress out of kids for a year's worth of teaching or more? So he also talks about teachers and leaders then who once they've identified the impact and the magnitude of impact that they want to have with kids in classes as they move through the system, then looking at the mediators, the things, the nuances that really would help translate one teacher's expertise and success and impact so that expertise and success is shared throughout the building on all kids. Really, he's talking about school leaders and teachers coming together to really talk about learning and the impact that they're having on kids. They're not so much interested in the practices, although we'll talk a little bit about practices. It's the impact of those practices, whether it's teaching practice or leadership practices. It's the impact that those practices are having on student learning itself. And he talks about then developing the conditions of trust and developing a relationship where it's okay for teachers as well as kids to make mistakes, because we understand that mistakes are a natural part of the learning process and opportunities to learn. So honoring mistakes and being able to say to somebody in a collective environment, here's how my kids are performing. Here's how your kids are performing. Let's compare them. What's going on? How is it you're having that impact? I'm having this impact. So it's getting to the point where we feel good to talk collectively about our results, because teaching tends to be a very private kind of experience for many of us, as well as leadership. When I dug into Professor Hattie's first copy of Visible Learning, he really said, it's when teachers begin to perceive how kids are learning and the processes kids are using to develop skills and knowledge. And it's only when teachers are personalizing their teaching and their learning that kids experience personalized learning. That's the critical aspect. It's teachers perceiving how kids are learning and how kids are processing, which means that you need to get into the mind of kids and see learning through the eyes of children is what is so critical. So as Fred has talked about, Professor Hattie's first book was written in 2009. And then he, 14 years later, came in with a sequel, the 2023 edition, which is probably the one that you will be seeing, or Fred will be using with you. A little bit about his research. He looked at only those influences that impact student achievement. And he did so by categorizing all of the research into 10 domains that you can see on the far left-hand column: of student, home, school, classroom, teacher, curriculum, student learning, teaching strategies, technology, and school and out-of-school practices. The most important thing is, at this point, it involves 200 million plus kids. This is a huge study, internationally based. It involves 132,000 plus studies in his meta-analysis. So he didn't do the research, he did the analysis of other analysis and then made some conclusions about that. Today, I'm going to draw examples, limited examples from the student domain, from the student and learning domain, and from the teaching strategies domain to present to you. In a moment, you're going to see something called an effect size. So what's your experience with that phrase, effect size? Never heard of it? Okay.
I guess I've likely heard of the concept, but not the term.
Okay.
I mean, I know that education likes, and every specialty likes their specialized terms, so they can be
So what do you
holders of knowledge.
I
Go ahead.
assume it's like a statistics term for like the, sort of statistical significance of something.
Yeah, the significance. He would use the word impact. So it's kind of like the Richter scale on earthquakes. Low numbers, yeah, I know. Low numbers meaning insignificant impact, high numbers meaning significant impact. And that's true with effect sizes as well. So an effect size is defined as this.
There's just efficacy.
I'm sorry.
So it's efficacy.
Not quite. Efficacy is just whether something works or not. This is more like how big of an impact.
It's when you use this influence, if it's well implemented, then that's the intended impact of that influence. And well implemented is the operative term. So when you're looking at effect sizes, anything below a 0.40 means that it's still positive. It's not hurting kids. It just isn't going to result, when it's well implemented, in kids growing a year or more in their learning. If you see an effect size of 1.0, then that translates to about 2 to 3 years worth of growth. Okay, so just keep those numbers in mind. The lower the number, the lower the impact. The higher the number, the higher the impact, and that's qualified by saying if it's implemented well. Okay, so Hattie's research was developed.
Is the base 0.4, by the way?
I'm sorry?
Is the base 0.4? We're assuming,
The chart.
are we assuming no effect? That you will get a year's worth of growth with no effect? I mean, is that the standard? So if there's no negative influence, we would expect 0.4. But like, there could be a negative influence actually, right?
There can be negative influences, and a 0.4 signals to you that that's the base.
So that is the
For
base.
a
We're
year's
assuming
worth
1
of-
year.
Yes.
Okay.
Years.
So I'm not sure if we actually achieve it.
Right.
That's the reason I asked if it's the base.
Well, we do. There's a lot of teachers that actually get more than that.
Understood.
As Hattie distributed his effects and influences, when you look at the blue bars to the left, those are all the influences that have a negative impact on student achievement. If you look at the yellow bars to the red bars, those are all the influences that have a positive impact on student achievement. So another way of looking at this is these are all the positive influences. These are only the negative influences. So the conclusion of this, and of course, this is the number of influences on the vertical scale. You've got effect sizes across the bottom here, so that you'll notice that right about here is where the 0.00, meaning no impact whatsoever, okay? Effect size comes in, and it's right around in here that a year's worth of learning comes in. And then anything to the right of that is more than a year. So basically, the conclusion is 95% of the research that Hattie's done has a positive impact on kids. That's the good news, but it's also the bad news. When you walk into a classroom and talk with a teacher, and the teacher says, the practices I'm using is having a positive impact on kids, they're probably right. You talk to a school principal who says that these leadership practices I'm using are having a positive impact on the school, that principal's probably right. The problem is that if we had unlimited time, energy, and resources, then we could afford to practice and use influences that are drawing less than a year's worth of progress for kids. But we don't have unlimited time, energy, and resources. We have to be very, very judicial about the practices we use to focus on and implement well. I used the analogy yesterday with learning services that as a kid, I was fascinated with a magnifying glass. I could go out and in the sun, I could take a twig and I could burn my initials in the twig if I focused the sun's rays intensely. But if I pulled the magnifying glass back, then an unfocused kind of implementation of rays wouldn't have any effect whatsoever. Hattie's talking about having that red hot implementation, red hot energy. And so he uses a thermometer gauge intentionally. And the things that you want to look at when you see these is that the effect size will be located on the barometer somewhere. And that indicates the lower and upper levels of that effect size. And usually it's a plus or minus 2 standard deviations. So 0.82, what does that tell you about the learning potential based on the definition of effect size?
That's very positive. It's high.
And how high?
It's like, can you say that it's twice the level of that 0.4?
Yeah, 2 years at least. So classroom discussion in this case, if well implemented, can yield an impact of 2 years worth of growth on students. The other thing that I want you to notice is the robustness factor that he uses as a factor of either 1 to 5. A factor of, and it's on a 1 to 5 scale, with 1 being low, 5 being high. The robustness factor is a kind of a weighted measure that takes a look at all of these things: the number of meta-analysis, the number of studies, the number of people in the study, that sort of thing, and then applies a weighted number to it. And so a low robustness factor means that as more research is added into Hattie's research, that this influence stands the risk of wobbling a little bit and changing. A robustness factor of 5 would tell you that no matter how many more research studies are provided, that influence isn't going to change much. Yeah, Dan?
So maybe we'll get to it, but I mean, I guess one of the issues that seems slippery is what qualifies as, you know, good classroom discussion. It seems like you can cherry pick and say, well, you know, classroom discussion on the whole maybe is neutral, right? Or perhaps even negative, right? If it's a distraction. But if you take, for instance, like a very good law professor, like the Socratic method is, you know, built on classroom discussion, supposedly, like there is a lot of value in that. But I guess the question is, you know, how then do you extrapolate that good conversation leads to productive outcomes, and then defining it just sort of pushes back the question, what constitutes good conversation?
That's a great observation, and it causes us as educators to do a couple of things. One, classroom discussion that is ill-defined. In other words, it's left to individual teachers to determine what good discussion is versus what bad discussion is. Or a better way of saying it is, what is proficient classroom discussion versus progressing versus not meeting the expectations discussion. So you would, one, start with the research and what it says about what does proficient classroom discussion look like, sound like, what would teachers be doing. Second is build a rubric around that discussion so that you eliminate the individual teachers defining what good classroom discussion is. And so you systematize it across the system. But left to our personal definitions, then everybody has an opinion. And we want to make sure that the research being implemented is being implemented with the qualities of the research being addressed. It's a great question.
Do you have a slide that comes up around the lecturing that shows that? Okay, and I won't go to that, because I think that you'll see where that plays out of, and while lecturing isn't meant to be a discussion piece, it at least gives us an idea of where does lecturing fall? Because there's different types of lectures too, but in general, where does that fall versus discussion?
Well, what did you find out? Because it'll come up later. What's the effect size?
The effect size of lecturing as your primary practice is negative 0.26.
Wow.
And that's a robust measure of 4.
So another way of saying that is, if lecture is my primary mode of instruction, by the fact I'm using that primary mode of instruction, I'm probably causing kids to go backwards in their learning at least a quarter of a year.
But I guess again, to push back a little bit on this one, if one were to look at college courses, depending on the subject matter, it varies greatly if it's a lecture style course or a discussion. So one could say lectures don't work well in particular categories or, of instruction, and might work excellently in others.
I don't actually agree with that at all, because I mean, I understand what you're saying in terms of age or maturity of the learner, but I think back to law school too, and the worst professors I had were the ones that sat and talked at us, and we had zero discussion. It was the classes I struggled in the most, and it's not effective. So even as a more mature, experienced learner, it's not effective. So, I mean, I think that lecture is different to a first grader as it is to a law student. But I think that the idea is the same. I mean, I'm looking back at all my different learnings.
Maggie and Beth today.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I just did like 10 hours of training as part of my PhD program on how to be a good teaching assistant. And there is a difference, like in terms of research between teaching children, which is known as pedagogy, and teaching adults, which is known as andragogy, which I did not know until this week. But there's tons of research on like what makes an effective, university level teacher or graduate level teacher. And a lot of it is actually different. So I think we should keep our discussion to children, since that's what we're here for today. But like, there are differences for sure. You can't teach a law law, class like hands-on the way you can teach like kindergarten science. No, kindergarten science. Like you can't have everyone like, making volcanoes.
Yeah, that's fine. We can talk about high school, middle school, elementary.
Yeah.
My experience, what I've observed. I would say big difference between math and science and the efficacy of lecturing versus a language arts course or a history course. To paint with broad brushstrokes, and I think that's a lot of the experience for parents on the island and education systems that they grew up in, is feeling that different subject matters may be, it might make sense to teach it in a different way.
And so building on all of this it's yes and yes, because explicit teaching strategies, which can be confused as lecturing, but it's very different. That has a plus 0.63. So there is space in there for direct instruction and that explicit teaching. I think what this might suggest, without reading into it, is if that's your only go-to, that's where it's going to be a struggle for your class. You might still have one or two students who are going to thrive with lecturing. Their auditory processing skills, whatnot, their executive functioning makes it such that they're going to learn. But the bulk of your students are going to struggle. So that's why that direct instruction and then having that gradual release of responsibility into eventually students doing it on their own is important. I think is what this is.
The researcher part of me would want to do this. I'd want to take and look at teachers who have a predominant mode of instruction as being lecture, and look at the impact that they're having on kids. I'll bet you that I would find some lecturers have a high impact and other lecturers have a low impact. And if you dug into that, it would probably say what Fred is saying, that there were other things besides the lecture part of it that was involved in the instruction. And so I wouldn't want anybody listening to this to say, oh, geez, I lecture a portion of the time. Should I not be doing it? And the answer is absolutely not. That's not the message that I'm presenting to you. If that's the only instructional strategy you're using, then you might want to think about it, Dan.
Yeah, and just quickly following up on that, an example from my own experience in high school, one of the best teachers that I had was a woman named Ruth Newman, whose style was college style lecture for the humanities block.
I would not call her a lecturer at all.
But a huge amount of like personalized instruction in how she marked up the essays that she required on pretty much a weekly basis.
Her feedback was great to you.
She was phenomenal. Yeah.
But I wouldn't call her a lecturer. When I was saying my worst professors, it's the one, like I literally had a property professor who sat and read her lecture every single class. And I know that it was year to year to year. And she read at us, like reading from a textbook. That to me is lecture.
Yeah.
If you're engaging with what Mrs. Newman did, was much more towards Socratic method of teaching, of giving information and then engaging the class in the learning. That to me is not lecture. There's a spectrum, right? So she was far on the other side of lecture where she was engaging and it was group learning, which I think that's why it's a range, right? So you can't really compare those two. So when you're looking at the negative, where my head goes is basically someone reading to you,
Right.
versus engaging the class, which is much more of a Socratic method, which I wouldn't call a lecture.
I'm
Maggie,
also,
that's
Christina.
coming, then we're gonna-
No, sorry, Christina.
Go ahead.
No,
I was just going to mention that what where you were describing the lecture, I see also when you say the essays, she was engaging in another, like the briefing form. So I wouldn't call it like, it is what she was, yes, mixing, other tools within the learning, which also, give you another skills.
Maggie, have the last thought and then move.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, just to remember that this analysis is based on a lot of small individual studies, each of which is looking at specific aspects of some type of discussion. Like this may be based, 1/100th of this might be a study that looked at like percentage of lecture time versus other time, right? So like, just because like a particular method of instruction scores high or scores low, like that's built on the pyramid of all of these more specific studies.
Looking at 42 studies.
Right.
About classroom discussion.
And I'm sure those studies were not like, is classroom discussion good or bad? That was something much more nuanced.
Well, it's, all of those studies though had a relationship of classroom discussion to student impact and achievement.
My point is categorization, as we've all made evidence, is very tricky. And I think that was one of the intro slides of like the ambiguity of what personalized learning means to begin with, right? So we'll dive into the data, but obviously very sensitive to categorization, and therefore what can be extrapolated perhaps should be taken into consideration, but there's a lot of nuance and depth there.
And at the board level, there's a conversation, but there's also a wonderful conversation that I think we can start having with our principals and our teachers, because they can be unpacking that. John Stafford, who delivered the graduation speech 2 years ago, and he has a very monotone thing. And if you walked into his classroom, you would think, oh, this is a lot of lecture. Kids love that class.
Billy's favorite.
And it is, yes, it looks like a lot of lecture, but he's doing so many other things. And guess what? There's research studies in here. I don't think it's in the book, but it's on the website. Students' perception of the knowledge of the teacher, or the credibility of the teacher, has a huge effect size on it. Those kids believe in that guy. And so there's an impact there. And so that's where that lecture comes.
Talent, yeah, there's so, he talks a lot, but it's the engagement.
Kids have great crap detectors.
And that's where one of the things we've discussed is, student survey data. And to the extent we made that, more robust on a voluntary basis, I think, would give incredible feedback. Because I think there oftentimes is consensus about, who is an effective teacher, which one can extrapolate from a survey. But if you try to pigeonhole what their teaching style is, it might be more difficult.
And based on a conversation Ray and I had yesterday, I have some new ideas about that following that conversation we had 2 board meetings ago.
Okay, so let's dive in a little bit to some practices. So you'll see on this slide a number of practices on the left-hand side, and you'll see those on page 4 of your handout. So reducing class size within class grouping means teachers creating small groups of kids within the class. Mainstreaming inclusion is taking SPED kids and including them, streaming them into regular ed classes. Decreasing disruptive behavior. Retention is holding kids back a year. Class climate effects and student-teacher relationships. What I'd like you to do is take a few minutes in the middle column here. I'd like you to just indicate whether you think that influence is low or high. Is it a low impact influence or a high impact influence?
And you mean low or high for the positive, or low or high just in general could be a high negative impact?
It could be a low, meaning it could be negative, or a very low positive.
Yeah.
Or a high is anything above a 0.40.
I'm not sure what you mean when you say class climate effects, but what is that? Class climate effects, what is?
In other words, the climate or the atmosphere that the teacher creates within the classroom.
What? Thanks.
Okay?
Yes, it was very literate.
Hot, cold.
Comfortable chairs. No, I mean, is that dust? Is it more of a feeling or more of the physical?
I would think in this case, it's both.
Okay.
It's how the teacher comes across in relationship, but also how the classroom is organized and situated and that the climate of the classroom. So let's identify what you think are some of the high influences. What do you think? What's one of high influence, you think?
Class climate effects.
Class climate effects. Anybody else have that?
Yeah.
No? If you have something that somebody else indicated, click. Okay, so if you put down class climate as high, then you would click.
I do not think.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
You're not click.
Tap, tap.
Go like
Yeah,
this.
on the desk. Another highlight. What do you think?
Teacher-student relationship.
Teacher-student relationship. Okay, what else?
Put down decreasing disruptive behavior.
Decreasing disruptive behavior. Yeah. What else?
I would say high, right? Mainstream inclusion.
Mainstreaming would be high. So here are the,
I mean, but what's the, for whom, right?
For
Everybody.
Everybody.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess like that's the
That
hypothesis.
we'll find out. It'll be exciting.
so here's how it answers out.
What?
Is there a surprise up there?
Yeah, I got everything wrong.
That's new.
But I guess-
I got
Many,
I've been in class. for
No,
that's-
I guess going back to my original hypothetical.
Yeah.
You have 100 students in 5 different classrooms with 5 different curriculums per, classroom, or 5 different curriculums, but the same within the classroom, that which one you choose may have very different effects. If you've already gone to the integrated classroom, then it could be very well that small group learning is efficient when everyone is in a heterogeneous classroom, right?
Mhm.
But it could also be true that small group learning is not the most efficient when you've already differentiated the curriculums, and each classroom has a different curriculum. So I guess the context to me matters such that it's impossible to sort of, without knowing more, how it's.
Well, absolutely, Dan, and the slides coming up next is going to encourage you to not just look at the number, but to dig into the research, because there are moderating effects on the effect size. But before I get to that, these at this point are not based on efficiency. They're based on the impact that the practice has on student learning, and whether the class is organized around multi-age or not. It's small group learning in this case. If teachers put kids into groups, Bluebird group, Blackbird group, and those groups stay fixed throughout the year where kids can't move out of them, then that's a negative practice. That hurts kids. I mean, it has a positive impact, as you can see.
And I think part of the point, is you have to at some point make an assumption that, because this is a study and we've got an expert who looked at all of them, that he's looking at practices that are actually doing this. And we're assuming that, we have to at some point assume that it's being done effectively, that it's not small group learning, like you said, that it's small group learning that's done in the best practice, not in just because it's putting kids into small groups.
Well, Small group learning itself is good. Within class grouping is the one where you've got bluebirds flying.
Right, but I
There's
mean,
a difference
when you're looking at these numbers and what's affected and the impact, you've got to assume that it's being done in accordance with best practice.
Absolutely.
Not that, like, we can all come up with assumptions. Just because someone's saying they've got strong teacher-student relationships doesn't mean that they have strong teacher.
Yeah, you can put kids into groups and the groups aren't effective because we haven't taught kids how to be effective in the group.
Right, or teachers how to impact.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at, numbers are one thing, but numbers can be deceiving. So let's take a look at this. School principals, what do you see from that chart?
I just wasted years of his life.
0.37 is somewhere a little bit close to a year's worth of progress, but not quite. What about robustness?
Pretty strong.
Very robust. Yeah, this isn't going to change much with additional research. Okay, however, there are some modifying factors to this. It ends up that certain practices, which principals are engaged with, have a higher impact on student learning than other practices. So what did the research say? This is coming out of Vivian Robinson. She was a professor at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. She did a study, she and her team did a study of two different types of school leaders, transformational leaders as a label and instructional leaders. So as you scan down through what transformational leaders do versus instructional leaders, what do you guess? Which of these two leadership practices has the higher impact on student achievement?
Wait, what? Can you say that again?
As you scan down through what typically transformational leaders would be doing versus what instructional leaders would be doing, which of these two leadership styles have the greater impact on student achievement, do you think?
Well, I would say transformational, but I think it becomes questionable in which direction. I mean, this also sounds, I just read in the New York Times about tech, like the leader mentality or leader mindset.
Yeah.
And why perhaps some Silicon Valley people are gravitating towards Trump. It's more of an authoritative style, right? I mean, which can be good,
Yeah.
but it can also be, you know, perhaps bad because it's less sensitive to external
Yeah.
input.
So that was basically her research, is different styles of leadership and their impact on student achievement. What else do you think? Other hunches?
I mean, I feel like the transformational leader is probably the more effective leader if they're headed in the right direction. Like if their transformational qualities don't match up well with the needs of the district, for example, they could be kind of grandstanding, being like, oh, it's all about vision, but actually like the teachers don't have what they need. And like, you know, like everything's dysfunctional.
So you're
you know?
saying transformational would fit in some circumstances, but not in others.
Right.
Okay,
I see it as, I mean, like I was talking about in terms of child learning versus adult learning, as transformational is closer to teaching adults. Is teaching our teachers, which is what our principals do.
Yeah.
Versus, and helping them become better in a way that we want our teachers to be teaching our children.
well, here's what Robinson found.
Huh.
It's instructional leadership is 4 times the impact of transformational. Here's the problem, is most of our principals, and I say that because I've been in lots of high schools, lots of middle schools, elementary schools around the country, even overseas. Most of our principals spend an inordinate amount of their time on the transformational aspects at the expense of the instructional aspects. Another way of saying that is we spend most of our time on the things that matter the least and the least amount of our time on the things that matter the most. It's not to say that we ought to stop doing these things so that we do these things. It's a matter of balance. It's saying we need to focus here and still do this. We need to spend more of our time here and less time over here.
So more nuts and bolts, less navel gazing.
Yeah.
Well, it's more being in tune with teaching and what's going on in the classroom and the impact on kids and learning.
Yeah, and you know, this is perceptual only. I don't have any research, but if I just think back to the period where, very beginnings of COVID to kind of where it was finally over, when I was reading Ed Week and district leadership magazines or whatnot, transformational leadership, in my opinion, made a strong inroad in terms of articles being written. But if I look back on it, it's because the instructional methodology shifts so much to online and everything else. It became less about that, and it became more about inspiring the staff to still want to show up, to, you know, setting a direction, to responding to those. So those attributes were needed. But I think I've yet to see the rebound as much into reminding us that instructional leadership is really where it needs to be, and with that balance. And I've just seen that in the last 5, 6 years.
I just, one of our nearby, school districts, Bremerton, just had a superintendent come in last year who was like Mr. Transformational, and like, I followed him on social media and saw like all of the amazing things, and like there was so much like positive energy, and they're rethinking education in the district, and he only lasted a year, you know? Like,
The message coming from this, as well as the next slide, is that we should not take a look at effect sizes and say, oh, leadership, only a 0.37. We won't do leadership anymore. Okay, homework, 0.29.
Checks up.
Depends on the homework. I would
So Board of Education, with this being so low, we're not going to advocate for homework in our schools anymore. That's not the point here. If you dig into the research, here's the impact. Homework at the elementary level, 0.15. Homework at the middle school level, 0.30. Homework at the high school level, 0.48. This is not to say that we ought not be doing and advocating for homework. Homework at the elementary level is important because it establishes self-study habits, accountability. We want to ingrain that in our kids as they move through the system, so that when homework becomes more impactful on their learning, they're better able to do it and negotiate. Yeah, Dan?
But I mean, one of the questions is, you know, maybe kids aren't learning that much, you know, academically. I mean, we talk about the other, right? It's very important. Social, emotional, you know, time management, et cetera, because the homework quality isn't good. I mean, one can, no, but there's a question. I mean, it's like maybe like, you know, it's rote memory, or it's, you know, write a play about 2 + 2 = 4. And you know, it's not particularly productive if that's what you're doing to learn math.
But I think that what I see here, and based on my own like lived experience with, you know, being both independent and public schools for all 3 grades, is that I feel like what I'm learning from this is that elementary school and even middle school homework is really just to build the foundation for, you know, high school homework when it does matter more in the learning style. And it's not that it's good, but that like, it's not, that doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if the homework in elementary school is like academically rigorous. It matters that a student is sort of getting into the idea that I can take something home, echo the learning that I had in the classroom, bring it back and turn it in. And those are the life skills we're learning, less the life skill of like, I really have nailed 3 + 3 = 6.
You know, you've raised an important issue, Jody, the idea of echoing what we learned in the classroom. There are some rules about homework. What makes effective homework, quality homework, is homework that is short in duration, homework that has been taught deliberately in the classroom. In other words, this isn't students' first exposure to the content. They've been taught it, and now you're taking it home, and you want kids to review it, to take it through their processing practices. Demanding parent surveillance is a negative effect size with homework. And ensuring that homework is valued, which means that when homework is done, valuing it as a system means it's checked in some way. It's measured in some way. Kids get feedback from the teacher on the homework. So it's not just homework assigned and check that off. It's, did you do it? What did you learn from it? Because what we understand from feedback, and we won't go into this today, but feedback from teachers to students is critical. The fact that it's feedback from kids to teachers that's even more critical. Homework is feedback to the teacher to let the teacher know what kids can do well, what they can't do well, what they've misunderstood, so that they can do what?
Reteach it. Learn.
Yes, learn and reteach. Go back to those concepts that were misunderstood. The homework is feedback to the teacher that allows them to adjust their instruction. Yeah, Dan?
It just strikes me that, we teach 13 grades here in public education, including kindergarten. The spectrum in those first 9 years, kindergarten through 8th grade, is enormous. So, I'm not sure, like, the golden rules of homework and sort of like trying to understand how that applies to kindergarten versus 8th grade. I think everyone observationally knows that a kindergarten is in a much different spot than an 8th grader, trying to put the rubber to the road.
Well, absolutely. Go ahead. Christine.
I'm just an observation. I love that you say that homework is a feedback to the teacher, and it's not a feedback to the parent. And that we as parents sometimes mistake that is where we see and we can measure how our kids are progressing. So I think it's important, that relationship with the teacher, to make sure that we get the feedback from the teacher what they're
Absolutely.
and because I think that is what happens at school, that some parents want more homework in elementary because they want that feedback, and it's not necessarily happening.
One of the mind frames that we're going to talk about with principals this afternoon is mind frame number 10, and that is I use and promote the language of learning. And the language of learning basically is what you're talking about, Christine. It is feedback that the school is giving parents about what the expectations are around writing and what does proficient writing look like, and where is your child in relationship to that. In other words, it's helping parents understand what the language is that teachers are using with kids and kids in the classroom, and you're going to see that coming out in a kindergarten example. Thank you, Dan, for queuing that up, in a kindergarten example in just a few minutes. So let's take a look at self-reported grades. Self-reported grades has a high effect size, 0.96. Yeah,
What does
Joe.
that mean? What is like self-reported grades? Like, do you mean like, can you give me an example or just tell me
Sure.
what that means?
Let me queue up a couple of
Yeah, sure.
instances. We're talking about kids that have a high degree of assessment capability. These kids, and now we're talking about teachers that create assessment capabilities within kids, that they know their current level of understanding with certainty. They are able to know where they're going and have the confidence to overcome any challenges along the way. They are able to select various tools to assist themselves in their learning. They're able to seek feedback from not only the teacher, but other kids or other resources in order to guide their learning. And more importantly, they're able to monitor their progress and make the adjustments along the way. When we teach kids to have those skills, then we have kids that are able to become their own teachers, basically. So let's take a look at a very rudimentary example. I'm going to go to kindergarten. And I was in a classroom, a number of years ago, kindergarten classroom that I visited, and this teacher was teaching writing. And imagine a classroom, and she had 10 levels of writing, beginning with level 1 over here to level 10 here. And she had these 8.5 by 11 sheets taped to the chalk tray up front. And if you watch the kids during a writing episode, they would periodically come up and they'd take a look at their writing, and you see them doing this. And they're aligning their writing with where they think they are on her 10 steps. And then she would ask them questions about, well, why did you put yourself here? What is it that you're doing that puts yourself here? What is it that you need to go? Where are you going next? What do you need to be focusing on? So here is Sarah talking about her writing as her teacher talks to her about her writing. Take a look.
Sarah, can you tell us how this chart works? We'll point to them and tell us about it. I know nobody's on this, but some people may not be on this.
How come?
Because some people won't do that because we're in kindergarten, but some people might do that. Good, now go further up the chart and tell us about the middle of it, Sarah, around the orange crayon. Well, some people sound it out and try to make their letters neat on this one. Good. And what about further up the chart, Sarah? Then what happens? On this one, they try to sound it out. They try to make their letters neatly and try to make the thing right. This is where I am. I sound it out. I try to keep them nicely written. I try to make the right words. I try to keep the letters with a space before they start. And I'm going over to here because it's the last step and I'm over at the 9 step. This is the 10 step.
So what do you think, Sarah? Self-directed learner? What did you notice about what she was describing in her writing?
Like the different sort of stages that she's gone through and that you have to go to.
Stages and what else?
And kind of the rubric is like in her
Yeah,
head, like she
the
knows
qualities.
that you need to keep the letters the same size. She knows you need to put space before the words or
Yeah.
between the letters. Like, yeah, like she has a very clear idea of the path, of her learning path.
How valuable is that to the teacher?
Incredibly.
Because the teacher
I mean,
knows
she
where
knows
to help her next.
Where to help her next?
I also like that she acknowledged that each one is in their own journey and respect the others.
Absolutely.
Well, and I think it also helps with social emotional aspects. I mean, if you take a kid who's at 1 and show them 10, the anxiety is going to be outrageous to the point where it's going to paralyze a lot of kids. If
Yeah.
you show them step 2, it's manageable, and wherever you are on the spectrum.
Christine, to your comment, this teacher was sharing this rubric with parents. So that the homework going home and the writing, kids would do writing, parents could see where their kids were on the writing scales that she had created. So interaction, feedback to the parents, helps the parents understand what's going on in the classroom. The feedback that the student is giving the teacher here is invaluable. Yeah.
And then I imagine it's also not about, sorry again, to follow on, I imagine it's also like valuable for the parents to see that so that they're not like, that's not how you spell cat, honey, try again, like, because of course the parents are gonna wanna like move their kid along to the highest possible
Sure.
place and skip a few steps. And I think that really the strong foundation of the learning is built by following every step.
Jody, we're absolutely right. We're enabling parents to help them become teachers of their children in the class, at the home. But it's paralleling what the school and that is doing with kids in the classroom.
And that's gotta be so much of the work too, because I mean, I just remember when my kids were this age and the teacher being like, do not correct their spelling. They are sounding it out. And we're like, not gonna spell like that wrong, like, so it's hard to get parents to sort of,
Absolutely.
or as a parent, it's hard to.
I guess like one of the things, circling back to something that I've mentioned in various forums throughout the morning, it strikes me that it might be dependent, the efficacy of the methodology on the subject matter. I mean, for writing observationally, intellectually, intuitively, it makes sense that a particular style, like this is very helpful. But when I think of other subjects, history, geography, math, it seems like that different methodologies might be more effective. And so I wonder if sometimes we over extrapolate an effective methodology for one subject area to others where it might not be as effective.
Well, I don't disagree, but I would offer this as a contrasting view. If teachers in the K-12 system are interacting with parents and helping parents understand what the learning is and what the expectations are in the classroom, so that parents can support kids at home in their individual practice of the content that's being taught in the classroom. I think that's a good quality regardless of the level and regardless of the content. The idea that we make parent partners in this educational process, and we don't exclude them. And we understand that parents' involvement in K-12 education is very high in the early years, and over time that wanes. This is a way to keep them involved and keep them interacting with content.
And I feel a little bit like I could hold that picture of like the cat and the cat story in mind and think about, a kid having to take Algebra 1 before they can take geometry, or I don't know, that sort of, or, whatever, and to build on each foundation, or, we have to teach our kids about like, this is the Civil War, so that later when they're in AP US history, they can learn about Reconstruction and Jim Crow. You can't start at like, let's talk about how Jim Crow destroyed the hope of Reconstruction if we haven't ever even talked about like the industrial strike and the Civil War,
Sure.
So it's kind of even though like, obviously this only applies to kindergarten with like the cat story, but I think it applies to like education throughout
Absolutely.
our system.
Yeah. So just to kind of button this up a little bit, all of the research that's in this white book here, John has made available free to anybody that wants to go in and look at it. It's through a website called Visible Learning MetaX. When you drill into that, you'll get into all of the domains, all of the research, all of the findings. It's free of charge. So let me just hop out of this for just a moment and go there. So here's the site. If I wanted to go into teacher practices, then here are all the influences around teacher practices. If I wanted to go over and go, what's teacher effects? Then teacher effects, you'll get an overview, you get evidence, you'll get the meta-analysis, you'll get access to all the research that went into establishing the effect size on this particular influence. And like I said, you can use filters around. I want to look at potential to considerably accelerate practices or achievement. What are those practices? I want to focus only on certain domains. I want to look at effect size only, so I can slide that up to go. I want to look at all those things that are above a 0.40 effect size and have it listed for me. The value of this particular site to school improvement teams, to teachers, it moves us out of having fact-free debates in the classroom or in school improvement teams where teachers are saying, this practice works, it works for my kids in my context, but how does it fit on an international scale of global research? So I think it's invaluable to school improvement teams, both at the school level as well as at the district level.
Do you happen to know if anyone has done anything even remotely on this scale for teaching adults?
Teaching adults. The research here is basically up through 18
Okay,
years of age.
okay.
If Professor Hattie were here, he would tell you that the majority
Yeah.
of influences and their impact on achievement in students that are 18 would also apply to adult learning as well.
Okay.
I think you could easily make that inference.
Thank you.
So, free of charge, all you have to do is go in to Visible Learning Meta X, queue that up, and you'll be able to access that.
One of the aspects that
Nice.
that you touched on there just quickly is things like you had acceleration there. And, you know, I think this kind of hits on some of the things that I think you're saying, Dan, in terms of, you know, how we put students together in the first place can matter or whatnot. And acceleration has a 0.53 effect. It has a positive effect. There is no question in here. And I've looked at some of the research on it as, you know, accelerating. And so then backing up and saying, how do we determine readiness for that? And are we determining readiness in a narrow way or in a more wider liberal way based on the students that we have? We know our students skew in one direction, and you're going to hear when you're at the site visit at Lake Ridge on Thursday, some things that they're doing, especially around math, of trying to rethink some compacting earlier, some accelerating based on student readiness. And so the grouping within class or switching classes, there's a lot of fascinating things. The key is we need to do it right for the right learners and make sure that students who aren't accelerating aren't then getting a less than opportunity, that we still have high expectations for all students. So I'm looking forward to Thursday because you're going to hear some things that they're doing at Lake Ridge.
What Fred is talking about is using the research to inform policy and procedure in the district. So if we take a look at Professor Hattie's beliefs about visible teaching and visible learning, he would say to you this, that visible learning is when teachers see learning through the eyes of students and students become their own teachers, see themselves as their own teachers. That's when learning is happening, both for the teacher as well as the student. And so I want to leave this section by saying that practices matter, but practices don't matter as much as beliefs. Beliefs that you have drive practices. Think about it on a parent level. What beliefs do you hold that drive certain actions that you have as a parent?
I believe that especially with young children, they learn by doing, rather than they learn by doing, whether it's playing or doing sports or whatever it might be. And that rather than, so spend the afternoon, my action then is spending the afternoon engaged in sports or other types of activities rather than sitting and doing again what they just did in the classroom.
I guess I can, this might surprise some people, but I can consider myself a super snowflake, and that I think that each individual is radically different. And then it's trying to nurture that and sort of know, how to develop it.
It's a value you hold and probably impacted the actions that you have with your kids. I did that. I mean, I have two daughters. They're both from the same parents and dramatically different, two different snowflakes. I'll tell you that.
And I will say that I see this in how you grade in middle school, that it is, you have to demonstrate the learning and each kid will do it differently. And as a parent, sometimes it's very difficult to understand, but I totally see how some kids might do it by writing an essay, while the other might have to demonstrate it maybe by, I don't know, an exercise, an experiment. It is pretty much that.
Now,
Like,
I guess I have a very strong mind frame that sitting on butts in classroom is a really poor match for for most kids. Like that it's not how humans evolved and it's not really natural, especially to start really early in the morning for teenagers. Like, and so like as a result, I'm always really happy to see and kind of like want to encourage more experiential learning, more, kind of like students mixing age groups so that like older students can help younger students, because I think that's really more what sort of humanity started out with. And I think it's more natural for most kids. And I think that especially for boys, like as they go make that transition kind of from middle school to high school, like just throughout human history, like kids have been just so much more physically active, right? And that's how they've learned, and that's how the kind of knowledge they're learning in school becomes relevant to them. It's like you need the math so you can actually do something. So I feel like we're asking kids to do something very unnatural. And so anything we can do to make the classroom a more of an organic learning situation is going to be an improvement.
so by your comments, you understand the fact that how we think impacts the actions that we take. I'll let Professor Hattie introduce the book that he and I wrote, just as a way of saying, well, are mind frames important? And if so, why? And what might be some examples from your personal experience with mind frames as informing your parent practices? And how might mind frames influence Fundamental One?
The book that Ray Smith and I have been looking at about the 10 mind frames for school leaders. Yes, we've been looking at the mind frames for teachers for a number of years, but bringing it from a principal point of view, from a school leader point of view, can be quite different, because school leaders have to work particularly with teachers as well as students, as well as reporting up what they do and the interventions are obviously pretty important, but the mind frames are more peculiar to the why of what we do. And looking at the 10 mind frames, converting them to school leader situations, looking at the top effects relating to how we work together to evaluate our impact as school leaders on our teachers, on our students, moving our teachers from what they know and do towards explicitly having success criteria, and how we can, as school leaders, explicitly have success criteria. It's pretty critical that we build trust in the staff room and welcome errors as opportunities to learn, and welcome the opportunity for our teachers to safely think aloud and feed off each other in terms of big, great ideas. How do we get maximum feedback from others about our effects? How do we get that proportion of the surface of the deep learning correct with our teachers and our students? How do we use the Goldilocks principle of challenge? Not too hard, not too easy, not too boring. And how do we then engage in implementation and deliberate practice to attain these challenges? Now, Ray and I have been very fortunate that we have some of the best minds in the world that have worked through each of the 10 mind frames. Sugutra Mitra, Sarita Hammond, Michael Fulham, Alec Clinton, Peter DeWitt, Doug and Nancy, Dylan William, and others that have contributed to each of the 10 mind frames to bring it directly back to the experience of school leaders. Please enjoy.
So take a few moments. Let's drop to the third bullet. Is there a mind frame for you? Is there a value for you of why embedded in Fundamental One? And if so, what is it? Take a few moments to individually think, and then we'll come back and open it up. I think Fundamental One.
It's on the next page.
Yeah.
It's on the next page.
Oh, okay.
It's on page what?
6.
6. Yeah. So you can look at.
Just in case we don't have to memorize, it hurts.
Yes.
And when was fundamental one adopted?
So, it is the single fundamental that has essentially been unchanged from the beginning back in 2009. We've had as many as 12 fundamentals, and we've had as few as 5. At times we had 7 and 9. This is the one that's remained, and followed closely by fundamental 2. Fundamental 2 has really changed because of standards and adding standards. So 1 and 2 are pretty close, but this one's been there since the beginning.
This was adopted 2014.
That was when it was, the interpretation was re-adopted in 2016 and then, or excuse me, in 14, but the original language for this went all the way back to 2009.
So you're thinking about what's the why? John Hattie mentioned the fact that the mind frames are the why for our existence, it's the value that drives our practice. What is the why that you have embedded in Fundamental 1? What are some of your hunches?
Student learn, I mean, growth.
Growth, learning is a why.
And learning that's effective, you know, like meeting kids where they need to be met.
Well, I think that's even more the how, like,
Yeah, the how.
yeah, what, I mean, we want to achieve the growth and the question is how, but yeah.
Yeah, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the belief for me that I touched on earlier is I believe in super snowflakes. I think that each student is radically different. And that's what underlies like Fundamental 1.
And just building on what Dan says, I mean, for me, I have one kid that I was very happy to get out of high school alive, frankly. And he's treating college as his finishing school, like he missed out on COVID. He did not do well in COVID and he's just relaxing in college and that's the right choice for him. And then my other kid is really pushing the boundaries of how accelerated learning can be at the district. Like he's at the outer leading edge of like what our district is offering, accelerated by very different outlooks to school, I will say. But I think the important thing is that parents, as a parent, my chief value is saying, okay, like this is what success looks like for this kid. And then to see that reflected in the classroom, like, I mean, my kid's in college, but I have other friends whose kids are like, they've made it out of high school and now they're working at a record store. And that is what success looks like for them. That we keep our mind on the path that we as like professionals or people who value education very highly and probably all have like some version of an advanced degree, keep in mind that that's not what success looks like for every child to go into secondary education. And how do we make their experience in high school as satisfying and rewarding where they are as for the kids who are, fast tracked to like academic path.
So bottom line is the fundamental really is about learning.
Yeah.
For all kids, understanding that they're going to approach that learning in different ways.
And as you said yesterday, bluntly, which we talk a lot about in education, it is, if kids are not learning, that is not a student issue.
Right.
The other question I would ask you, board, is are you only concerned, is your why only about kids learning?
So, and this is, I know that it's not necessarily what you asked of us, but when I was reading this one, I see how people are perceiving like the me situation, like my student, my kid, he has to succeed and not as a community. And then if I would reword it, will be to create an environment where different instructions, student-centered education will vary, and at the end was where personal learning can occur. So making it a kind of we are building the students all together, and then it's when we can individualize and make sure that each student.
A bigger why.
A bigger one, yes,
Yeah.
exactly. This is where,
I think,
does it make sense?
yeah, no, it totally makes sense. And just to add on, I mean, I think that we actually can take a lot of this out because if our why and And Jody and Dan really focused on the hows, and which we all know is really differentiated. But if the why is the growth, and then the how is up to the individual.
And then we want.
And we want to create the opportunity for individual growth.
And that is, you know, the main.
Right.
Where we're
Let
starting.
me press again. Is it only about kids?
No,
What about- what
when I
about
say
adults?
growth, I mean, well, and I think that we fall back, no, not at all. I mean, I think it's teachers and I think it's parents. I mean, I think a mistake that our entire adult community is inferring we all think that we're an expert in education because we were educated, rather than our experts who have gone through, you know, as professional educators, and really learning. I mean, parents need to learn from teachers as well in terms of how to assist their children in growing and learning.
Yep.
And then teachers need to learn, you know, I mean, I think we all need to have that growth.
So then aren't you almost talking about the value, the why being a learning organization? The value is learning at all levels, students, teachers, board members, superintendents, learning services, principals. You want to, and then the question is, so how do we drive learning within the organization? What is it? What are the hows? What are the whats that we focus on that tells us we're becoming more proficient at being a learning organization? So the issue here is this the right focus? And what Fred originally talked with me about is this the right interpretation?
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things in sort of giving it, you know, a closer read, you know, for Fundamental 1 is like, to me, based on the conversation, I think we could consider, you know, rewriting or responsive to each student's, and then change where the apostrophe is, unique strengths, needs, interests, and passions. Because there's actually somewhat, I would say, an inconsistency in our language that we refer to the collective, where we have the apostrophe in students, which to some extent undercuts, I think, what, you know, we're trying to get at.
So by changing the apostrophe, it moves it from the collective student to the individual students.
Yes, and I think that's important because, I mean, that's what we're evaluating. And I think to emphasize the unique attributes, like we're not looking, I mean, as a system, we have to take in the collective in terms of what's possible to deliver. We can't have one-on-one instruction for each student, but I think we do need to look at strengths, needs, interests, and passions on an individual level and see what's possible, certainly not on a collective level.
I think that's much more of the how. Like, that teachers need to be responsive to those things in order to help kids grow. I think that's too far down in our altitude. Our 10,000 foot level for policy wise is learning and growth. And what we want to see happen rather than telling someone what environment it should be in.
Absolutely. So learning for all within the organization is kind of where you're headed. I think there are 4 reasons when Fred contacted me and I took a look at the policy and the interpretation, I said to myself, current interpretation is 7 years old. We understand that the half-life of information, once it becomes useless, is about 3 years before it's changed. It vaguely describes instructional practices within the policy that support it. Those practices are ill-defined and they are either no impact or low impact, and they're silent on the measures. So I suggested to Fred that it probably needed to be rewritten. I also chose to send the policy and the description to Dr. Hattie. This was a snippet of what he said about it.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fred.
I feel that way, but, well, I mean, I was part of the group that looked at all of them as a whole in 2017. 2018-ish, like,
About 16, 17, and then
Then we looked at it again in 2019 to 20.
right before. COVID.
so, and I've always felt that way. I mean, I feel more comfortable where we are now, but that's how I felt about all of the fundamentals. And, I mean, I appreciate that.
So.
And it doesn't mean that the things that the examples that Dan and Jody gave aren't important, and they are part of, how it's implemented. But policy wise needs to be this,
So did
this, what are we aspiring to?
Yeah, the aspiration at end of things.
So do he or you have suggestions?
Well, Fred has all kinds of thoughts.
Okay.
And if I were directing you, I would come back and say, it sounds to me that learning is the main thing, so make it the main thing. And if that's the policy, then your other fundamentals might be the umbrella under which all the other fundamentals kind of rest. But the main thing is the main thing. It's learning. That's what we're all about. And it's learning at the kindergarten level. It's learning at the high school level. It's kindergarten teachers learning. It's high school teachers learning. It's the board learning through your interactions. It's about learning.
And we're talking about learning in all aspects, like academic and social emotional, right? Okay.
And the other aspect of it is being able to talk about what the magnitude of the impact that you're wanting out of it is, and that's the what that isn't answered yet. So
Just to build on Christina, I think to take Ray's point about our other fundamentals, that's why we have fundamental 2, which is rigorous and high academic standards and achievement. 3 is the SEL, 4 is the critical thinking and global, and 5 is our equity and inclusion. So it is all of learning in all of those. So we kind of have that there as we're, kind of looking at it. And it's why we have learning services. You'll go to school districts and hear that called all kinds of different things, instructional services and whatnot. We've intentionally built that as learning services. And that's why special education, technology, and all of that's included in that. And so it kind of maps into that nicely.
So when John and I edited the book and managed the authors that were contributing to it, we used Simon Sinek's work where he wrote his first book was Begin with Why. This is the idea that mind frames, our values really cause us to have certain actions. And so he created this golden circle notion that you begin with why. And in this case, it's your beliefs about your role as a Board of Education. In this case, I said school or leader or teacher. It's the value you place first. And then we move to the how, which is how do we manifest, or how is that value manifested in our classrooms, in our board meetings, within the district itself. And then it goes to the what, and the what are the results that you're expecting that would convince you, if you see those results, that that value is being implemented effectively. And so taking that, if you think that for this as a placeholder, and you've talked about maybe the need to reword the policy portion of that. If the placeholder were simply create a personalized learning environment that is responsive to students and strengths and needs, interests and passions, if that's the placeholder, and I know you're talking about the possibility of rewording that, that reworded portion would go there, then it begins to drive the question. So what might be the hows in order to deliver on that? And what might be the whats that we would want to, you as a board would want to see in front of you multiple times throughout the year? I would say quarterly, to give you a sense of whether you're delivering on this issue of learning quarterly. And so you have to have some kind of systems in place to deliver on those measures. If the board aspires to have an environment where teachers and leaders and that are collaborating on the evidence of impact, where they're developing common understandings of what impact means. So Fred and I were having a discussion earlier about high school biology. If you've got X number of sections of biology, should students' experience in this section of biology be different than a student's experience in this section? In other words, what is impact that we're expecting out of a year's worth of teaching in a content area? And I'm not picking on science. I mean, we could ask the same question of how kids transition from second grade to third grade. What are the expectations of kids in literacy, reading comprehension? I mean, it's to that level. So designing ways to know about the magnitude of the impact. Who is exceeding the impact that we're expecting? Because I suspect in a high-performing district, you have a lot of kids that are high learning but low progressing. In other words, if I gave kids an assessment, a pre-assessment on content, they score high, but they also score just the same level on the post-assessment, it probably tells me they're not progressing very well. And we have a number of those kids that were not doing what John says, and that is every student in the district deserves to grow a year in learning for a year's worth of teaching input or more. Understanding the impact that's shared across classrooms. So it's spreading the impact, it's growing the expertise for all teachers in the building to have a high impact on teaching. One of the things that that John has learned from his work internationally is that when you look at variability of teaching, the variability of teaching is greater within schools, teacher to teacher, than it is between schools. There's greater variability in teaching within a school than comparing one elementary school to another elementary school.
Is that because of grades or like kindergartners teach the same and third graders teach the same?
It's because it goes to the expertise of teachers in a building.
Yeah.
And so the nice thing is that our greatest opportunity to influence that variable exists within a building, which means we have to, as principals in schools, we have to try to narrow the variability of teaching. Not the way teachers are doing it, but the impact that they're having on kids. Doesn't matter if teacher A is doing this and teacher B is doing this. If teachers A's practices are resulting in less than a year's worth of growth, and teachers B is doing something that is a higher than a year's worth of growth, then we need to dig in and figure out why. And try to replicate things within the system, spread expertise. So if you're desiring to have this happen, you won't be doing this. Now, this is a different way. When John's first book came out, he didn't use the thermometer, he used the barometer. And he basically said that the hinge point here is 0.40, a year's worth of growth. And you can see that this is the zone of desired effects here, anything greater than a year. These are teacher effects, and these are developmental effects, and these are the things that teachers do that cause kids to go backwards in their learning, lecturing full time. And you can see that individualized instruction only gets about a 0.23 effect size. That's not what you want to be focusing on in the how under this fundamental number one of learning. Differentiated instruction, you won't find a differentiated instruction in this necessarily, but if you dig into the research, differentiated instruction is things like allowing different times and multiple pathways for kids to be successful, diagnosis by the teacher that leads to worthwhile influences, interventions, teaching students to work cooperatively in groups, maximizing the variance among students to promote learning, utilizing strategies that are supportive of the levels of cognitive complexity of kids and ensuring all students are appropriately exposed to challenging and complex ideas. That's differentiated learning. Would you want to have differentiated learning as a how? Maybe. There are lots of others though. Here are some that I've identified. Seeking and providing feedback, classroom discussion, cognitively complex and cognitive task analysis, learning intentions and success criteria. In other words, for the teacher to be very clear with kids at the onset of learning. This is the target, these are the expectations, and this is how you'll know if you're being successful. And that works equally well for principals in a faculty meeting. That works equally well for board members when you're going through your topics. And so I've selected these 4. You'll notice that they're all rigorous from the standpoint of impact on learning. They all have a low robustness level. That simply means that there aren't enough studies yet that are in that. In other words, this R factor could change a little bit and this could slide a little bit either way here. So maybe what we do the next, I was going to take you into a jigsaw, but with 6 of you, the jigsaw is not very effective. So in your handouts on pages 7 and 8, there are these 4 that I've taken snippets, brief descriptions of what those practices are. And if we take about 10 minutes and just, I pick 1 or 2 that you'd like to read about and be ready to come back in 10 minutes and talk about what that influence, what caught your attention in that description of that influence, and what question you might have. And we'll take the 10 minutes to kind of stand up to, and if you need to take a break, do that. But we'll come back at 10 after 11. Questions you have about what you're going to be doing? You pick out 1 or 2 influences that you'd like to read about.
Do we need to coordinate who's doing which ones?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all. If you don't pick one that you have a question about, I'll be happy to answer a question.
If you need a restroom, they're right down this hallway on the
Okay,
backside of this wall.
thanks.
So which one?
Yes.
Yes,
Like breaking this down, like.
exactly. And the problem is, so where the 7-year play is, had that teacher had number 5 as the terminal part.
Right.
Now you're dealing with, is that cognitively complex enough for those students?
Right.
And so you have an interplay between your success criteria and your cognitive impact. And there could be a danger if you're not aligning those, but that's exactly what that is. And then that CTA that you're saying is how do we get that student to either work backward and where in there or work up and know where on it.
Yeah.
In a couple of minutes, be ready to talk about the influence you look at. Maybe something significant coming out of the description. And if you had a question or not about that influence. Okay.
I just have a kind of
Go ahead,
unrelated
yeah.
question. I'm just curious how long it took, Professor Honey to do like this meta-analysis? Like, was this like a 10-year project? Was like, it just seems so
35 years.
vast.
So he wrote the first book in 2009.
Yeah,
His wife, Janet Clinton, wrote the first chapter.
mhm,
When he wrote the manuscript for the 2009 book, he gave it to her to review. Her comment was, which one person in the world was this written for? He threw that out.
yeah,
So it is not done. He
Yeah.
basically sits, part of his passion is he sits at his kitchen table and he investigates the research that's being done constantly and adding, so to that research. So his first book talked about 800 meta-analysis. This book has 2,100 meta-analysis.
Okay.
The diagram I showed you at the beginning talked about 2,300 plus meta-analysis. So he's constantly adding to the research base.
That's awesome.
And that changes the robustness so that as new research is coming in, it's a living document. And he's devoted his life to it.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
So what influence did you read about? What did you note was of significance to you, and a question you might have?
I looked at group A and I thought that, the choice A, and I thought it was interesting, the cognitive complexity and cognitive task analysis, and it left me wondering whether those practices are more appropriate for classes like math, or whether they're equally applicable to humanities, for example.
Absolutely. The idea that the task analysis that a teacher would do of a particular content that is being taught is certainly applicable, whether it's a teacher in a classroom teaching about a particular literature piece such as Shakespeare and that, or whether it's something dealing with the Civil War, the Revolutionary War. The idea is that you look at the expectations and identify whether it's cognitively, you do a task analysis and to what degree it's cognitively challenging, and that drives the kinds of instructional practices that you would use in order for kids to be successful at that level of learning.
So I read about success criteria because that struck me as perhaps most squarely in the domain at the board level, which is how do you measure success, right? And that you're getting measurable progress. To me, the others, there's questions of what does it mean definitionally? What does that look like from subject area to subject area? To me, it's more operational in nature, which I guess, would be fine being in an interpretation of a fundamental, although that can vary, as we discussed, as sort of the research evolves. Like my interest and focus as a board member is how to measure success, how to measure differentiation, the data that we see for the various cohort groups of learning within a year. And so that's what struck me. I mean, is what should be is a priority in my mind.
I think that's a very genuine expression of a responsibility that you as a board have, is to want to measure the degree to which kids are achieving the expectations that you're laying out for. The curriculum is expecting them.
Yes, and I had B as well, but our focused on B as well, but I sort of focused on it at the user level. So I guess I was just thinking back to, all my years as like a mediator, and how we wanted to make sure that agreements were like very clear cut, where you're like, so you say something's going to happen soon. Is it like soon like a butterfly or soon like a glacier? Like let's get some specifics in there. And I think that's so useful for people to know exactly where they stand. And, and that could be like, I would also like extrapolate out to, I suppose, with Dan to like, evaluating our system as a whole, or our educators, or our leaders, or anything, but also just, in the classroom, I think it's so valuable for students to know exactly what's expected of them, and how to get there, and where they are at the moment. And I think a lot of times we're just like, our language can get a little fuzzy in every aspect of just like, well, the vibes are good, you're doing great, kid. And, but that has such, some kids think that if they get an A-, that's a terrible, like, lacking on their part. And some kids are like, woo, Jacqueline C. So you have to sort of see, where they are in the spectrum and where they can go.
Yeah, grades typically is not good feedback.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And, I did B also, and yeah, I looked at it more from the student perspective, rather than the board perspective, but, you know, in watching, my daughter's 18 and freshman in college, so watching her 12-year journey and the learning that was different, the rubric aspect of it and making sure that students are understanding exactly like, where are you, where are you going, and where do we want you to get to? And that's very individual, but it can be very individual in terms of where we want you to get to, but here's growth, right? Or unit growth or whatever it might be. Watching her journey through K-12 and and maybe it was an age thing, I'm not sure because I'm not an educator, but seeing the rubrics that she would come home with, and then even seeing how they are at university this year, how that impacts for her, it's very much a, you know, what is it that you want me to understand? And then being able to then question your own learning. So, you know, the most frustrating part of learning, I think, for me, and then watching her too, is what did your like, why'd you get a C? And not knowing the answer to that. And the rubric, and frankly, like, why'd you get an A? I mean, so it doesn't matter where you fall on that, but like, you know, why? And how, like, why were you placed there? And with rubrics, it's an understanding. So even if you don't achieve where you wanted to achieve, if you can answer the question of why am I there rather than here, you know, it's not a frustrating process. It could be a disappointing process that you didn't get where you want to be, but it's not the frustrating part of where you're then going to give up. So it's still keeping you engaged in the learning, but with an understanding of, okay, well, I need to do this and this. And like the rubric that we saw with the 1 through 10 of the writing, like, okay, well, I'm here and I want to get to here, but what do I need to do next and next and next in order to get there? So that, I think, is, you know, I've seen that transformation in terms of the rubrics and the expectations, and it maintains engagement. And I mean, to me, that makes a whole lot of sense, that even if you're not, you know, just how it's the 0.6, where it's, you know, just more than, like, if you have that alone, that's going to keep you on that year-long journey, that year-long growth.
Yeah.
The layer all that into that is using Sarah from the kindergarten example. Let's say the standard for kindergarten was at the end of the 6th picture. We could have a great success criteria laid out, but if we don't incorporate A, which is the task, the cognitive task, the demand on the students, we might have that student get there, but we never gave them the opportunity to also see of where else it goes. And I think that's what's important about knowing where our students start, so that the success criteria is relative to what's going to push them. Because that C in that class, they might have actually progressed more than the A in the class, even though they performed better. So they meant they were successful, but maybe not progressing. And I think that's where we're going to push on the system. And where what I want to start having conversations, and we started that in August, we're going to continue, because it's relative to our kids, not just a standard.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh, sorry, just piggyback real quick. Like, I totally agree that in terms of, you know, success, it should be also individualized too, right? Like, I mean, like a C could be very successful.
Yeah.
And it's sort of that sort of understanding, right, of like where one compares, you know, to others, and also where one, most importantly, like compares to oneself, and the growth that demonstrates.
Now, I'm sure I'm not alone in this experience, where I've been in classrooms where my final grade in the classroom was a C. And I've been in classrooms where the final grade was an A. And I've come to the conclusion, in some cases, the C demonstrated more learning for me, pushed me harder than the grade of A did. And I see your heads nodding. So this idea of grading, and I won't get off on it other than to say an A is not an A, is not an A, is not an A. And it's too individual teacher driven until we get to the point where we say, as a system, an A label for your work means you've done these things. A B grade is that you've done these things, that transitions all classrooms and that, but that's maybe for obviously a different
And
discussion.
A doesn't mean learning, because if you already started there, you didn't learn anything.
Well, you started learning at the wrong spot.
Well, yeah.
If you started there.
In Ray and Julie's classes, it was the C. I shared some harsh feedback I received from Dr. Smith as a young, graduate school student. That sticks with me even to today, and it's why it pushed me. It's why, that learning was there. It's why that helped develop me as a leader. So
I'm sure I was more kind than that.
well, I mean,
He did cry.
you were kind in your Ray way.
So Fred asked me to also expose some practices that are not helpful, probably shouldn't fit into the how. Lecturing at a negative 0.26. Teacher subject matter knowledge. This is interesting. Only at 0.13. Why do you think has such a low impact?
That's the impact is how you share that knowledge versus like just whether you,
So you can all learn together.
Your head is full of knowledge about the subject matter and not teaching practices.
What does it tell you about the depth and complexity of the content that we're teaching? Here's the study. They took a math teacher and a science teacher, had them switch classrooms. Okay, previously they had recorded how the kids had done academically, achieved in both classes. When they had them switch, absolutely no difference in student achievement. Why? Because basically, if we're teaching surface level knowledge, teachers are staying one step ahead of kids in the textbook. I'm not saying I'm not trying to generalize, but that was the study. So it's saying to us that when we go deep with our content, absolutely subject matter is important. But when we stay surface with content, then all we're having to do is stay one day ahead of kids.
So if you're reading a script, like your education doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So this isn't teaching related exactly, but the state of Maryland, I don't remember the name of the governor, but there was a governor for a couple of terms who did a thing where every year he would have each of his department heads move and run another department for a month, even though they didn't know anything about public waste management or whatever it was. And they actually had only good results from that.
Yeah.
Actually, because not only did they do a perfectly fine job of like running the department that wasn't their department, but also the departments were so much better able to cooperate and function
All
together.
kinds of empathy.
I was supposed to a creative idea.
Feedback, self-feedback, praise hurts kids. 0.14. Co-teaching, team teaching, 0.21.
That's interesting.
Tracking, streaming, between class ability grouping, 0.09.
What does between class mean?
You have a pullout and all of our high achievers go with Maggie to get this content. All of our low achievers are gonna go with Deborah to get their content.
Our fifth grade accelerated maths.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they,
Got it.
So if we use Senec's Golden Circle as an advanced organizer to organize our thinking about policy, what's the value, what's the why? And now we took a look at a little bit of what the how might be to bring that about. It might be we're making a conscious decision across the district to adopt mind frames for learning, whether it's all 10 or whether it's mind frames 1, 6, or 10. In other words, get clear as to what the why is. And we adopt classroom discussion and cognitive, the influences that you just went through, and we implement them at the proficient or higher level, which then means that we have to go in and we have to describe, well, what is proficient implementation of classroom discussion? What does that look like? What does it sound like? We want to get clear as to the target there so that we don't have teacher A making a decision that this is classroom discussion and teacher B saying this is proficient classroom discussion. And neither one of them are right, or they're all right in some aspects. So we get clear on the how, and I would say to you, there's no magic place to start. I chose these at random. You could pick whatever you want to take district-wide as far as an instructional practice. I'd say do 2, maybe a couple each year, and go deep with those things rather than doing 1 each month and trying to go deep. It leaves us to then say, well, what's the what? If the why is personalized learning that is directed towards kids' passions and interests and talents, what's the what? Here are some questions that I asked myself on a systems level. Some questions coming out of aspirations. Is the impact we're having and aspire to have on student progress and learning reflected in our improvement plans? Should each school have a component that is standardized? There's no choice about it. You're going to focus on one goal here. You could pull in other goals, but one goal is standard amongst all schools. Do we have a focus on learning and progress as opposed to teaching and achievement? There's a difference. Does our student management system record useful data from multiple sources that are used to monitor and interpret? So if we want to know the impact that a teacher is having, we could do effect sizes on individual classrooms, but we might also want to get perceptions of kids about the quality of teaching going on and how credible the teacher is. We might want to get teacher insight into those things. So coming at an issue from multiple perspectives and looking at multiple data and not relying simply on one measure is the issue. Our classroom walkthroughs and observations based on the focus in the school. How many times I've gone into schools and the principals do classroom walkthroughs, but when they go into classrooms, they're talking about 7, 8, 10 different things. And that's the feedback they're giving teachers, rather than saying, our classroom walkthrough is going to focus on classroom discussions, or they're being done and how proficiently are they being done. Or it's going in and looking at questioning, or it's going in and looking at success criteria, learning intentions and success criteria. And that's the feedback that we give to teachers and gather from teachers to help us know where to go to next. Do teachers and school leaders work to develop high levels of relational trust? There are instruments that help us know how likely is it that teachers are going to reveal their personal data to other teachers and how comfortable they are with that. So building high relational trust in the school is critical. Some measures that I've examined just based on some things that I've presented to you so far would be things like this. I'd want to know as a board member, what percentage of teachers whose students gain more than a year's worth of growth in reading, in math, in writing, in science. Additionally, I might want to know the percentage of teachers implementing an identified high impact practice at the proficient or higher level. And if I get that report quarterly, then I can see advancement, I can see regression. It presents opportunities to ask questions and influence the movement of the district towards a goal that you're setting. I might want to investigate the percentage of students who are able to accurately explain where they're at and where they're going in their learning, kind of like Sarah. That would be critical to me. You can do that. I've done it in classroom observations where I just simply go in and I kneel down and interview 4 or 5 kids very quietly while instruction is going on, and I simply ask them the question, so what's the learning in class today? And I'm listening for them describing the learning and not the activity. Because I want kids being able to talk the language of learning. What is it that the learning intention is getting at? The activity is neither here nor there. I might want to investigate from kids the percentage of students who can indicate that they're able to give their teachers feedback about the quality of teaching going on and their learning. Again, I go back to feedback. The most important feedback is the feedback that teachers secure from kids, not necessarily the feedback they give kids. And you can take that example and bring it up to the principal level. It's not the feedback that principals give teachers in classroom walkthroughs that's most important. It's the feedback, the ways that principals have, the strategies that principals use to collect feedback from teachers about what they know, what they can do, where they're misinformed, because that informs next steps. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, the statistic to me that I would like to know most is the year's growth for each Stay9 of students. Stay9 is like, it's what used in education, it's the 9, right? Like sort of like statistical, like differentiated like groups. But if you look at like a bell curve, because for instance, like within a classroom, you could have, you know, some like the overall classroom, again, this goes back to like we define students collectively or individually where you put the apostrophe, like have more than a year's worth of growth, but it could be missing students on both ends of the spectrum. And as we said, for certain individual students, less than a year's worth of growth is terrific. And for some students, a year's worth of growth isn't pressing them at all, and they may be disengaged.
Right.
So like that's really, to me, it's each cohort, statistically significant cohort, what are they learning each year? And then, you know, breaking that down further into various like subject matters.
In the conversations we've been having with Ray yesterday, a little bit before, but mainly yesterday with Learning Services, you know, we can talk about what the measurement would be. There are some ways that he's working with us that we can use effect size in the same way that you're talking about Stay9. So we could use lots of different ways to measure that, but effect size is another way to do that, that I'm really interested in, because it will show us that growth over time. It gets to the same thing, but absolutely.
And then if I could just,
Yeah, no.
the one thing I was gonna say about your previous slide, with the feedback, I guess like my primary concern is to make it like effective feedback, like student to teacher, and not turning into some sort of like ratemyprofessor.com, like, you know, situation where it's a popularity contest or, you know, it was hard, so I don't like it. Versus like effective versus ineffective, you know, like just,
Yeah,
you have to
rather
make
than-
sure, couch it in a way that captures the learning experience and not the, you know, pleasure.
Well, part of it is the information that it gives you though too. So when I've done that with kids in classrooms about the feedback and their opportunities, I don't just, it's not a matter of the kids rating their teachers on a scale of 1 to 5. I collect their comments and I take it out of the teacher and I just say, when I've asked kids in your classrooms their opportunity to give you feedback, here are the things they say. And then you can go through the list and you can kind of dismiss the ones that are kind of giving feedback about, oh, I really liked him, or he joked around with us, or he's a great guy, or, you know, that type of thing, to the feedback that really makes a difference to the teacher based on what kids are saying. So
Can I ask a question that I don't have the answer, and it might not be the right time to answer, but what's going on in my head is there a difference in years growth between kids with different cognitive levels? And I'm not talking about this part of the curve, I'm talking about these part of the curves. And so is there a way that we're gonna be able to measure, because we're just as responsible for those as we are for the rest of it? Is there a way to measure, you know, just frankly going to either side, but the lower cognitive ability that's because of like it's neurological, it's not how do we measure that year's growth statistically versus, kind of the average expectation?
Well, what I'm showing you on the screen right now is a mathematical way to determine two things, students' progress and their achievement. So I want to start here first. What you're seeing here on the vertical axis is their progress. So you have low progress, some progress. Let me see, how do I want to say that? Well, let me explain the other quadrant. So you have progress on the vertical axis, you have achievement on the horizontal. So in this frame here, you have low achievement and low progress. This frame here, you have high progress but low achievement. This frame here, you have what do you think? High
Progress, low achievement.
progress is here, achievement is here.
The other way around. Okay.
Yeah, high achievement, but low progress. Here you have high progress, high achievement. So now the mathematical part of things, this is a classroom of only 13 kids. And this requires a pre-test and then a post-test. And I'm giving Fred and his staff the ability to calculate an effect size of the teacher on each of these kids. So you can see Julia here came in on a pre-test at 44 and a post-test at 48. The impact that teacher had on Julia was 0.28 effect size. You drop down to Kate. Kate came in on a pre-test of 37, a post-test of 52, with an effect size of 1.05. Greater impact on Kate than Julia. If you look at Megan came in, scored an 82 on the pre-test, but only a 78 on the post. Negative 0.28 effect size. And then those scores are plotted in this grid. So all it does is set up all kinds of conversations that the teacher can now have and ask of themselves. Julia, why is Julia not learning and not progressing? Or you get Kate, who isn't learning but progressing well. Why? And so it by asking those questions and getting this data, and this data could be test data, or it could be rubric data. It could be individual grade data, A, B, C, D, and I've given Fred a way to translate those letter grades into a numerical value to be able to determine effect size. And it just is a starting point for discussion. It's not an evaluation.
Yeah, I think it's, important as I suggested, to track, individuals, students on this basis, whether that necessarily reflects on the teacher or not. Like in sort of my mind, that's more in some ways operational. I want to be informed of decision-making process, because it could be that someone who's high achieving but low progressing, it's maybe because they know more than the teacher knows, right? And really, it's not appropriate for that student to be in that classroom. And so the teacher isn't set up for success. But what is important to me to monitor is, the student progress, and then sort of the how of it is that accomplished is sort of more on.
There's a macro level and a micro level to this. And you're probably operating at a 30,000 foot level. This information might be interesting if this were progress and achievement for school A, and all of the kids were mapped into these quadrants. What if you saw a high amount of kids over here?
Yeah, that would be suggesting that we're not doing.
Would that be interesting to you?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I need to see that as a student.
I suspect in a high learning, high achieving district, you've got a number of kids over here that are their achievement level is high, but their progress is not high, is my hunch.
We're using some of these techniques, I feel like, already in our district, because I know last year at Lake Ridge, there were 2 classes that were mixed grades. And the principal was looking at the results of like the math and the language assessment kind of mid-year, and saw that in one of the classes, and then compared those to the classes that were not mixed grades, and found that actually both classes with the mixed grades were doing much better for all the kids in terms of like, I think, progress and achievement, but that one of those classes was doing worse than the separate grade. I don't know how to say this, but one of those classes was lagging in the language arts area for kids at both grade levels. And so she was able to work with that teacher to then be like, what's going on? Is it specific to the kids in this classroom? How are you teaching differently than this other teacher? So I'm just throwing that out there for everybody as an example of where like we're using some of the data that we have already to do that kind of like little like focus dive.
And she's using iReady, not with effect size, but what she was using was iReady with growth as just a raw score, but also growth towards what we would expect to be for a year's worth of growth.
Yeah.
And then the stretch growth.
Right.
And that's where that stretch growth gets into, that's how you make sure that you were on the right side of the vertical axis when you were pushing on on there, because someone who is down low, I think it was Kate, notice how low Kate started. So we're closing that achievement gap for Kate, but not at the expense of the other students that we're trying to also grow. It's relative to the standard.
But it also gives us the opportunity to take Kate, who might have started here and up here, and if we were only looking at achievement, we wouldn't have anything to talk in a positive way about that to Kate. But if she's making good progress, but low achievement, then we can set that up. Look at, if we take just a class of 100 kids, what's your sense of that class of students, that cohort of students? We have a lot of kids that are in
Low progress,
Low
low achievement.
low progress, low achievement, and another bunch of kids that are in high progress, high achievement. So the school is moving kids this way, which is a good thing. All it is data to,
But it's only
Only good thing for half of them.
half.
Yeah.
yes, it's bimodal,
Yeah.
yes. But
And I guess you dig in and find out why.
Exactly.
Okay.
yeah, it's not to assign a grade to the school as much as it is say, great, what are we doing that gets kids here? And what are we not doing that keeps kids here?
And if we only do that, so this is 2 tests. If we do that in the fall and then wait till the spring to do that, and we never checked in between, we had no chance to change. If this was checked at the end of October, now we have a chance to have a conversation
Right.
and to say, okay, what did we do for these groups? What now do we need to do for these students as well? And that's the conversation that we had a lot of discussion about yesterday, and that we'll talk about this afternoon.
And my question is, which I'm sure you guys ask all the time, is how do we assess those things without assessing our kids to death?
Yeah, that's why when I talked with Learning Services yesterday about their district improvement plan, you can't have 4 goals and 25 things under each goal if you're monitoring and measuring them quarterly. So the research would say no more than 3 goals and no more than 2 or 3 strategies per goal, to be able to monitor them as often as you are and expect the data to come in so that you have a sense, you can keep a finger on the pulse of the district, and are you moving in the direction that you intended to? So I think this kind of closes with the graphic then might be filled out kind of like this, very hypothetical. But the point is coming back in to reconsider the why that you've established in the policy. Let Fred and his learning services team with your direction dig into the how and really weigh in on what's the measures that you're going to expect to see routinely to prove to you that your value, your why, is being implemented proficiently or higher across the district.
Said just little differently, the why is the fundamental statement, the how is the interpretation, the what is the monitoring.
So for me, I guess using a lot of alliteration, I mean, the why would be super snowflake hypothesis, that each student is radically unique. The what is the student stay-on barometer of like showing growth for each statistically significant cohort group. And then the how is, I think, more, within sort of the ballot, like the wheelhouse of educators, with the board being informed of any like significant, changes in approach.
Yeah, it's a nice way of summarizing it. So with that, and I wouldn't ask you to do this necessarily, but does this discussion this morning cause you to reconsider what you said here and or reinforce what you said here at the outset of today? Are the things that you would include in your original description and you go back in and edit them again, or say, yeah, I was right on when I said this thing?
I think for me, the thing that stands out is that if you have like sort of my initial thoughts were like this like idealized view of what education could look like, and then what I feel like we've gotten here is sort of like the pathway to get there, and like yeah, that is an idealized view, but here's how our educators and our leaders can achieve it, and let you know that they're achieving it, and it sort of like says like, I mean that's the whole ballgame, right? Like to know that like this is what I really want for our schools, and oh yeah, here's how we're going to go about getting it under, that's the duck on top of the water, and here's Fred's and all his team's little legs kicking to make that happen for me, and then here's the feedback that I can get to see that it's happening.
Absolutely.
And it just sort of like cement my confidence in the system. Like I guess like, in what you were talking about, or just like this sort of new idea of like how to approach education or whatever, or not new, but
Yeah. So if learning is the why, and we go back to the schematic, if learning is the why up here, and you've had great input on this and direction here, and you've also had great input on the what, then your monitoring of these things help you understand the health, if you will, of the district, at least in fundamental one and learning. Yeah.
I'm questioning, well, you're not suggesting that, and okay, because I'm questioning now, why do we want the term personalized in it? And why do we want the term environment in it? And because if it's about learning and growth, then our fundamental one should be talking about learning and growth.
What I was trying to do, Deborah, is be respectful of the board that says, I don't want to come in and take and do totally new wording here, because I want to be respectful to your work. I would agree with you. I would take out in certain aspects, if it's learning, it's learning, and I would not have students in there. I would have all individuals learning based on their interests, their passions, and their needs. We have a learning organization. That's where I would go with it. That's just a hypothetical.
Yeah, I think my big takeaway from this is what I thought was personalized learning that was effective is not necessarily personalized learning that's effective, that it looks like personalized learning, like,
Yeah.
So not to be distracted by the.
Yep. So we come to the learning intention. So just take a moment and look at this success criteria, if you will. Read down through it. And in a moment, I'm going to ask you to give me a sense of whether you have met that intention, that success criteria or not. Yes, no, yes, or no. Okay, so what do you think? You'll be able to articulate what we mean by personalized learning at this point? What do you think? Show of thumbs. Kind of, yeah. And what about this one? Articulate some of the research on professionalized learning and relationship to Fundamental One. Okay, and this one, be able to talk in general terms about what this guy researched. Yeah, on a superficial level. Good. That's it.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so
That's
much.
right. Couple things, as we go to a site visit on Thursday, I think we can take this with us, and I hope we do. Lean down, talk to kids, ask them, what are you learning? Why are you learning? See what they're talking about. That's what I'm constantly doing in classrooms. Think about the cognitive demand. Think about do they know where they're going next? Those are the things. And I will say we're going to see some evidence and we're going to see not some evidence of that. And that's the work that we're really trying to start to push on with the system, and to really think about how do we accelerate learning. And that's acceleration with our staff who's here today doing PD behind us. And then that's also for our students. And I also want that to be for you as a board. That's why we'll bring in iReady this afternoon. I want to accelerate your learning too. That's why Ray is here, because I think what Ray was really pushing on and finished with is ultimately a lot of this is all about being a learning organization. And that we want our parents to be learning, we want to be learning. And if that's what our core is, then we can all start to get behind. So be ready to apply it. And we may not talk to Heidi specifically about it or whatnot, but I think we can come back together and have a conversation. I'll meet with Deborah and Dan in agenda planning to say, what are our next steps that you want? And I welcome all of your feedback into that. In terms of looking at Fundamental One and that process, let's lay that out, because I think we don't want to lose too much time. You have lots of work to do with Perpetual Bond and all these other things, but this is the core. So where are we going to fit that in as we go forward? So with that, I'm glad that we have this.
Just to add to Fred's questions, when you get into classrooms, what I found 3 good questions to ask kids. One is, what are you learning? And if a teacher has learning intentions up on the board, we want to be able to see if kids are giving back the learning. Where are you at in your learning? Kind of the Sarah piece, and where to next. If they have answers around that, then the teacher is really doing her or his job. What's the learning? Where are you at? And where to next?
So I saw our principals starting to come in. They're going to join us. I'll go see where lunch is. We have about probably 45 minutes before the iReady folks will transition in. So board, you're going to stay here, and then Ray's going to pack up because he's heading to the library at the high school with our principals, but everyone's going to come in. So I'm going to go check on them.
I just want to provide some student feedback to you and say, this has been one of the best learning experiences I've had as a board member, like in terms of like actually learning new stuff and getting to apply it. It's been excellent. So I agree. I mean, I echo.
Thanks, Meg. I really appreciate that. Yeah.
It's a good mix of information and examples.
Yeah.
It also fulfilled a class requirement for me. I was supposed to go seek out a webinar or something related to educational practices.
Really?
Yeah. So I was planning on watching this like hour and a half long video that I had found, but no, this was so much better.
I have to do like 40 clock hours
Yeah.
before December.
For
my
internet or whatever.
Yeah. But this stuff doesn't count for me.
That was cool.
That's why I'm going to the legal one for WASDA. That's where I get, I mean, because of my job change, I used to get a ton of access to free.
Principals are around noon?
Yes, they're probably upstairs kind of gathering. Middle school and high school started earlier, so they'll end earlier. Elementary starts a little later, so they'll be tailing in there.
I took something from home that I have not, and I have to drop it real quick.
Okay.
But I'm 3 minutes away.
No problem.
So, we'll take advantage of that. Yeah.
Is this being broadcast or just recorded?
Oh, yeah, we can, it's being probably
Oh,
both. You want to go ahead? Thank you for,
do I just exit out and
um,
we'll come back in
let's see here. We can,
or turn on?
let's just turn off All right, we will go ahead and get started for the afternoon session. I'll actually, maybe Nova, I'll just kick it over to you to do the introductions there. But the big picture is ongoing conversation that we're having as a district, which is we're in year 3 for some grade levels and year 2 for other grade levels with our implementation on the math side. And we're at that point where we have enough information from our staff, from our students to really start reflecting on what's working, and what do we need to keep doing, and what's not working, and what do we need to tack in a different direction. But we also know that you get questions or others around, what is iReady, and what is the experience for students? So we wanted to kind of combine both of those today and bring some folks in. Nova's been kind of on point for this, for our district. With the leadership perspective from the review all the way through even today's PD. And so turn it over to you, Nova.
Yeah, we had a great PD this morning for our speakers. And Mike and Brittany both did a session. We had 6 sessions available that they could choose from, and they got to go to 2 of them. So that was great. Brittany is our predominant professional development person. And then Mike has come as well for some leadership work. So we also have done some work through them for our principals. And then Lynn Trail is the person who I bother the most because he is our rep. But it's been a great partnership with iReady in terms of their support and helping answer questions. So I'm excited to have this opportunity for you to engage in some of that. And we'll do a similar session with families next week in the evening on Tuesday.
All right. Well, thanks for joining. Thanks for letting us come, actually. Not joining us. Thanks for letting us be here. As Nova said, my name is Brittany. I am your primary professional learning person dedicated to Mercer Island.
Until 3 weeks from now.
Until 3 weeks from now. And then I'm going to pass it to Todd just for a little bit. Due with baby number 2 in about 3 weeks. So Nova just keeps telling me, just make it till next Tuesday. And have your baby.
We're not sure if that's
I'm sure she's not so super.
Yeah, that's exactly, yes. Fully for me, not for the family. I've been with iReady for this, my coming upon 4 years. Before that, I was in the classroom. I was a teacher. I taught in the Kent School District, but prior to that, I've taught in 5 different states. So I taught in Michigan, Texas, Minnesota, and North Dakota. And then moved out to Washington. So been in the classroom for a good chunk of time. Now I'm working with iReady across multiple different states, focusing on math. We're your math people. So we're really excited to jump in. I'll let you two introduce yourselves.
Mike Frederick. I actually truly enjoy coming down to Mercer Island. I've had great experiences, not just with the admin team, which are truly amazing, but your teachers are great too. And you can tell they truly care about their students and want the best for their students. And that's very apparent in the sessions that we ran this morning and their dedication to diving into the work. So a little background on me. I was a classroom elementary school teacher in the Marysville School District for just over 10 years. A lot of that time I spent at Cosita Tulalip Elementary, which is our 90% indigenous population school on the Tulalip Indian Reservation. I spent a couple years after that teaching in our highly capable program, and then finally moved into a instructional coach's role for math for our district before joining the iReady team. And this is my 3rd year with iReady now. I really enjoy working with educators and talking about math instruction and ways that we can really produce problem solvers and reasoners and true mathematicians as opposed to just answer generators. So we're going to dive into that a little bit today with you
We're going to do
guys.
some math today.
And I'm Lynn Trail. As Nova shared, I'm an education consultant representative. I'm supporting the school district. I've been with iReady for about 4 years now. It's been great working with Mercer Island School District, Nova from the beginning. Since we've been every step of the way, lockstep. So and it's just been great seeing the growth already. That it takes some time, and like research suggests, to implement a new curriculum and seeing the impact of that new curriculum with instruction happening in the classroom and the growth of students. But we're already seeing that happen, and that's really exciting. And we're just really excited about continuing to move your initiatives and vision forward into the schools and working with district leaders to make sure that we have that information and that we can continue to support you. And even last night, listening at your board and hearing about the strategic plan and the work that's being done now and hearing about the effect size, and want to share, we have a new partnership as well. Last year, we developed a partnership, and John Hattie is now a technical advisor for iReady. So we also have a conference coming up in March of next year, where John Hattie and the team will be here. So we'd like to be able to share some opportunities to connect and collaborate around some work there too. So thanks so much for having us here today. They will be the main presenters. I'm here to help and answer questions. So I'll be joining in and listening and learning alongside you all. But I'll also be helping out with the questions. So thanks for having us here today.
Yeah, so with that, our agenda is very exciting. Welcome on. Germany clicks. Full disclosure, this is Mike's clicker, so I'm still getting used to it. But our agenda today, we're going to do just a quick introductions. We're going to talk a little bit about equitable instruction. What does that look like in Ready Classroom? You're going to do some math. You're going to experience a Ready Classroom session. From
Elementary school, right?
Yeah.
I was told there'd be no.
Well, with challenging questions for adults.
I'm going to not answer.
Oh,
But keep in mind, we're going to give you the resources to be successful. So when we think about equitable instruction, we want everyone to have access and everyone to be able to approach the math. So we're going to do a math experience. It won't be scary. And then we're going to give some time to just go over like, what is iReady? You're probably getting questions from your community. What does the data look like? What's norm versus criterion referenced? Where does that come to life in what we're seeing in the reports and the numbers and how teachers are using that? And with any time, we'll take, any questions, have a little Q&A time. So don't freak out. It's going to be okay. But we are going to start with a quick warm up. So this is just a warm up activity, low stress. I want you to take a moment and look at the picture above and figure out, you can talk to each other, what number parking spot is that car in?
It is, or can I say the answer?
Sure.
It's an 87. We have to look at it upside down.
Okay. Did everybody else?
no.
No.
That was.
What are other, that was very fast. What are other thoughts? Like, so some of the light bulbs are starting to go. What are some other thoughts as you look at this picture? I'm seeing some faces that are like, is this lady crazy? Like, what's the pattern here? Anybody looking for a pattern?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'm not finding a pattern.
89.
You're saying 89?
Oh, so how do I? Yeah, you're making me question. But when you ask a question, I don't know if you might answer.
So a little bit of a trick question in our warm up today. Most of the time people start, they're like 16, 6, like that's minus 10, and they're looking for that computational pattern. I wanted to start with this because you're spot on. You were exactly right. It's all about how we look at it.
I do not know how you did that.
There was no pattern.
Right.
And then I was like, oh, those are all digits that can be flipped.
It is a little competitive.
And I'm like,
Okay.
and I'm currently taking a really hard math class. So my math brain is turned on.
I would like to
versus
partner with you
everything
for
else.
the activity.
I know.
The liberal arts major in college, so.
I married a choir director, so when we talk about math, side story, I was prepping materials for this morning and I had ordered, tiles and counters and like manipulatives to our house. And my husband was like, what is this? I'm like, it's for work. And he's like, what do you actually do? Fair. But opening to this activity, my intention here was to really think about our mindset when we go into math. And I also wanted to tap into some of your math feelings a little bit. We're going to talk a little bit about our feelings. Like, are we someone who's like, I'm a math person, or like, math's making me a little nervous? Because that's how our students feel. We have students that come in and they're like, I'm not a math person. Or students that are like, math is the best, I love it, right? So when we think about how our mindset affects the way we view math, how do we relay that mindset to our students as well? Everyone is a math person. You just have to be a person and do math. So how are we sending that message to our kids when we think about our own math mindset? So keeping that in mind, I want you to take a moment. We're a small enough group. You can chat with your neighbors and we can kind of share out. But I want you to think about the math community in Mercer Island. So that could be at the classroom level. It could be the family community. What do you currently love about that community? And then what do you want to see grow? So I'm going to ask you to just kind of talk to the people around you first, and then we'll share out. So thinking about your community in relation to math, what do you love? What do you want to see grow? Go ahead, Doc. Yeah, Alicia.
So, yeah, like I.
We're going to start with the fun.
I know, I appreciate
There's been a self-starting group in our school that engages in,
Oh, that's cool.
math counseling.
They just
And
like
it's taught by
the first
a parent
applications they've been doing for
did exceptionally well in China.
Kind of like
And sort of the
one-on-one
competitive
math
international,
van, whatever, yeah.
papers there.
They
And
now
then
want actually.
this year's freshman class, last year's eighth grade class, I did a competition with the math team at the high school that actually
Science teachers have a place they
won.
can go, and
Better
history
than the high
teachers have a
school.
place
So I
they
think
can
they're
go, and like
it's a
language
very
teachers have
strong
places they can go.
core.
There's the math
For those that are
skills.
passionate.
Yeah, I like, and
Math.
speaking of Tracy.
I would like to see it grow, and
um,
I'd like to see
we wanna work
extracurricular
together and,
academics
um,
supported to the
when
same
I was
extent that
learning,
extracurricular athletics.
I came on new.
Yeah, like the same instructional hours,
Like,
the
oh,
same,
these budgets.
you know,
Yeah,
sort of fostering.
you know, and I actually don't
Or
have
music,
this
you know,
business,
just
I don't hate the
equivalents, but
numbers.
to see
Yeah.
sort of that same level.
But I didn't
Because I
understand
look
it.
back at the high school experience, it is
It's
that
just like, don't say
people
that you're not good
participate
enough.
once a
Like,
week,
it's don't,
1
you know,
hour.
Becomes like a self-fulfilling.
Healthy
well, and
comparison
also.
To
a gender
relevant
thing too.
other
Yeah,
communities and other.
Right,
communities.
Right,
Yeah,
I know what they feel like, okay.
Yeah.
On our board, it didn't,
Yeah.
How do we
I
foster those
did,
communities and
worked
where
as, you know,
foster
experienced in it.
athletic?
So anyway, so I just love that it's always that it's a high priority for our community.
Well, I was telling Natalia that when I was.
And when it's, how do you want it to grow? I want it to
Girls can't do
be a
that,
more.
And if you just try it,
accepting priority.
but I don't expect you to learn. And that's basically been my math mindset ever since,
I feel like
ever
there's
since
out
age
there that
15.
have unique
But Oliver is like
things
already
that
in
have
seven
to be
schools.
really-
He doesn't have enough to take.
learning style is so different.
He's a junior and I asked the teacher, I'm like, what's gonna take this year? She said, daughter.
Oh, and he was like,
You know, it's
so
just
smart and so
That was
good at
successful.
solving puzzles.
So, you know, he's already got those.
Play
that
music and all things where like, where math is actually
Might
important
be.
and practical.
You got someone
And
maybe late
still in a different mindset.
Yeah, it could have been, I know.
She was also like online school for
Everybody.
most of the year, and I was her and
I love math.
Except that
literally
other
never
one
got
I
one
was
single
saying an
math
artistic
concept
head of like.
other than what she started the year out with.
It's not.
Nothing, she did nothing. And I'm just like, your brain is so weird,
I think it's
different.
it's fun.
Your brain is
You're
different.
describing me.
Yeah, like, so I'm just like, I would love
What I
to
would
see
like
more
to
understanding
I see a
of how
gender
to
progression,
like
what
that.
the definition is from a very.
Well, and when I say accepting, like, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So like she bakes and the art and the music and like for me,
I
it's
think
the
math
analytical
is
and the games and like I
Sometimes
did,
some kids do
I'm a
great
lawyer and I
learn
worked
to
out
apply
stats when
first.
adaptions is
Some of
on
them,
analytical games,
nice,
which I
sixth grade,
hate.
and then
But
some
like put
they
calculus in front of me, forget about it.
So I think that the most important thing is that they also like, because I'm back in school now, I'm taking this by statistics class.
So given the support
Kicking my butt, right?
there.
But I started went into it just dreading it and having a lot of like math anxiety about it. And finding that there were kind of supports within the program and there were supports within
How
the
would I
class that
want
were
to
allowed to go
to
to
achieve the gaps
ChatGPT
that
to ask
no
questions
face
about how to solve certain types of problems, or like what could you need certain types of problem, and they were very clear about what AI was was cheating, very clear. And so now I'm like, oh, I can do this, and I'm like helping other people in my program to get their.
And at the
done,
same
and I'm like,
time,
this is great because it's like there's a giant
are
scaffold
really
there.
ready for it.
Right, so as a person who's having, I'm doing it. So as a person who does have some anxiety,
Very personalized.
that's kind of cool. That,
Yeah.
there are some folks there that you know there are some folks there. You don't have to flail around until someone's like, oh, here's a stick. Here's a match grounding, right?
I'm hoping when we get.
Yeah.
Both as well.
All right, I'm gonna bring us back together. We're just talking about math. I kind of hung out on this side, but some of the things that kind of came to light was around like accepting different styles of learning is an area we want to grow. Like, it's not just traditional, math teaching. Like, what are the other ways we get our kids creatively thinking or tapping into different learning styles? There's a math museum, apparently. That's super cool, starting, yeah. So like, we've got a really strong community. Was there anything that stuck out in your conversation?
I think you two kind of had a theme of like math academy, essentially like what, whether it's gender expectations or, I think like kind of labeling as high and low students and expectations of that. And so I feel like that was kind of a
I
general.
think it's even the three of us, because even on the higher level, like you are super achiever.
Yeah.
Taking
Well,
to the level, it's
right.
an equity in a different lens, but it is
And
still
then-
on the.
Yep, and so that's what I was gonna go, that, yeah, like yours was more like equitable as far as like extracurricular activities and things like that, you could speak to it a little better than I can, but.
Yeah, so we have a very passionate, at least my observation, like small core of people in math that also engage in competitive math. If one looks at like AMC, like those that participate in the middle school, it's high. But we don't have the same dedicated resources we do that we do when it comes to athletics for extracurricular. If you just look at like number of hours, we certainly have the number of students compared to like those that are involved in some of the more niche sports, but we don't have the same level of district support.
Thanks, everybody. So kind of along that theme of equitable instruction, that was a great segue. Some research came out from the New Teacher Project. Have any of you read The Opportunity Myth? You want? No. If you want a light bedtime reading, it's a great article. But there were 4 kind of pillars that they discovered through this research that are really what provides that equitable access to students. The first being consistent opportunity to work on grade appropriate assignments. So we're not watering things down. We're not moving them ahead too fast. Like, we're giving them that appropriate level. Strong instruction. And what I want to really emphasize here is that when we think about strong instruction, think about who's doing the talking, who's doing the thinking. We want the students doing that heavy lifting. That's what we're looking for in that strong instruction. Engagement in what they're learning, but also, again, back to that mindset, that high expectation. Like, what is my teacher mindset going in? Am I going into this looking at like, that's a student that's a high student versus a low student? Like, is that the labels I have in my brain? Or am I thinking like all of my kids are the capable students, right? So those are the 4 big pillars that stood out in that research. I know Lynn Sherrill mentioned John Hattie. One of his biggest teacher effect sizes is around that expectation that teachers have. So again, just thinking about like, what is our mindset going into teaching math, even before we meet our kids? So thinking along those lines. Some norms that we're gonna have today, because I told you we're gonna do math. So 3 norms that we're gonna lean into. First off, everyone can learn math. All of you in here will be able to do math. What I really want you to lean into is that mistakes are okay. You will make mistakes during our math experience, and that's a good thing. And that it's okay to ask questions. Okay? Am I making anybody nervous yet? Okay, great. So keeping that in mind, we've reframed the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics, NCTM, has published, these are the top effective teaching practices in mathematics. Your teachers are very familiar with these. These are embedded all throughout Ready Classroom, but we're going to really shift and think about these as equity-based teaching practices. And we are more than happy to give you a copy of this if you want it later. But really thinking about how are we bringing some of these pieces to life so that we are providing equitable access to our students. So one of our goals today is going to be to highlight, like, how are we implementing those tasks that promote reasoning? How are we facilitating conversation and discourse so that our students have access to the math.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So we're thinking K5 or K8 in
So we only use, Ready Classroom Mathematics in K5.
K5, okay, perfect, just to.
Yeah, but this is not specific to Ready Classroom. This is across all curricula, all grade levels. This is nationwide. So this is not an iReady thing. This is just a best practice thing. So with that, we are going to jump in to our math experience. I want you to think about your experience in the classroom when you were a student, and maybe now if you have kids in the classroom. What would that perfect classroom look like? If this was an ideal setting, which isn't real, but if it were ideal setting, what are the kids doing and what is the teacher doing? And I'm gonna ask you again to talk to your neighbors. What do you see in that ideal classroom before we engage in the math? What are the kids doing? What's the teacher doing?
Ambassadors in class. Do you like, as partners or?
I mean, you can do it in small groups. How do you want
She had the best experience in the classroom, so she's like.
In different ways,
You
you know, all of the different styles, like, and then the opportunity to try it. Like I was a kid that, like with math, show me how, and I can do it. Don't ask me to figure it out myself without any instruction. So
I think one of the, more effective techniques is to kind of like the beginning for the teacher to sort of pose the kids a problem that they're not actually going to be able to solve because they don't know this yet. And be like, think about it and talk about it and be like, okay, now we're gonna learn, you know, this, whatever it is. And then, you know, at the end of the class, we'll go back and solve this problem or the amount or whatever. Start to make it kind of you know, not just like, and we're doing the next thing, which is kind of the group idea, right?
Everybody else, while you're learning math and that.
I always say joy, I want to see joy.
I think so. My
Yeah.
experience is to make sure that.
And the teacher addressing students.
Yeah.
And it's small groups.
And the students.
But-
know that. I was very like, you know, like, sure. And that's part of that routine application process, right? But I know I feel, but it's also like if they get stuck, because there's gonna be someone there to help them.
I think mine was,
You know, showing.
I felt the high
Which is tough when there's smart kids like you.
better towards the.
But basically showing like.
When that demand was.
So
there,
like it's learning from
become more.
not able, done yet, but you know, if a kid is there, I don't know how to do that.
Engaging students.
Yeah, the kids.
And for me, like math, I do think
We're gonna
that
get you there.
I found more perhaps what's now
But I think even.
disparaged a little bit more of a computational approach.
You're not giving them the answer yet.
Right,
Better.
exactly.
And I
So that they don't
see the
know.
methodology rather
Right.
than sort of.
Oh.
grasp the methodology. And I do see differences, at least for me, in how I learned math
It doesn't.
versus how I engaged in other
Yeah.
topics. And
Yeah.
that conversation and discussion and sort of like, you know, grasping for like, you know, the answer, I did not find it helpful in math as I did in other subjects.
I guess more practical, but the opposite, it was, yes.
All right, you want to share quickly? I heard some themes along here. I'd love to hear from, our student representative. What was your name?
Lucy.
Lucy.
Yeah, I think for me, like in my math classrooms, when it's sort of that combination of like lecture and like hands-on sort of figuring it out on your own, when you really get to like see the process, and your teacher definitely helps guide you through that because that's hard obviously to achieve your own, but when it's you can understand what's going on when you're doing the math, that really helps.
Yeah, like what you said also about having some productive struggle and having something to guide you while you're going through that struggle process.
Yeah, and then I know we're talking about, you had more of a Montessori approach to it with the hands-on.
K5, I'm thinking in my mind, it was a hands-on, but it was also understanding the process. It was not just like 5 times 7, it's like understanding how to get there. And I think that that's where my mind gets like, but it was with hands-on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Over here, one.
We talked a lot about productive struggle.
All right. So that being said, we just kind of covered these effective mathematics teaching practices. What we're trying to get out of those practices is our students learning this way. We call them the standards for mathematical practice. I like to refer to them as the how. If we think of the Common Core State standards as the what we want our students learning, the standards for mathematical practice is how we want our students learning, right? They don't come pre-programmed like that, right? So that's where these teaching practices help facilitate these actions in our students. And as we go through and we're looking at some of these, like making sense of the problem and persevering, use appropriate tools strategically, look for and make use of structure. Those are things that really, if the teacher is giving them the access and the materials to use, the hands-on, the student discourse, those are things that are going to come to light in those math lessons. And when we are talking about iReady lessons, we have a routine that's very specific in iReady called the Try, Discuss, Connect routine. And throughout this routine, these practices are woven in, right? So we talk about try, discuss, connect, and there's two parts to each. Making sense of the problem. We want to set them up for success. We want to talk about what is this problem about, right? Apples in a barrel, pigs on a farm. Like, what are we talking about here?
Cows.
Right? Cows.
We're
Right?
gonna talk about cows.
We're going to talk about cows today. Yep. So setting them up to be successful when we ask them to go solve and support their thinking on their own, right? And this is where we're asking them to have a little bit of that productive struggle, right? But we're also thinking about what am I giving them to allow them to have access to all of our students, right? And it might not just be the standard pencil, paper, right? Because I think about some of the students that I've been with, and even if they haven't chewed the eraser all the way off the pencil, it's still a pretty permanent way of getting your thoughts out there, right? So if I'm going to ask you to try it, not solve it, not complete it, just give it a shot, I want everybody to have access to doing that. So it might lend itself to moving something, building something, drawing something. And at that point, we want to start having those student discussions, right? So afterwards, we want those students to talk about the strategies that they used and discuss it with each other. And a lot of times misconceptions come to light right there. When we start to vocalize our thinking, a lot of times it's like, oh wait, that's not what I meant. Or when we hear our partner tell me their strategy, a lot of times I start thinking about what I was doing a little bit different. And then after that, we move into where we're comparing class strategies. So as a teacher, I've been walking around and I'm looking at all of the various ways that people are solving it. And I'm thinking, maybe I want to choose a concrete model that somebody built. Maybe I want to choose a drawing representing the problem. Maybe I want to find somebody who used an algorithm or an equation to solve it. And then we're looking at them and we're not just showcasing them, we're making connections between them. Where are the numbers that you used in your equation? Where can we see those in the drawing that you made and in the model that you built, right? And that's where we start to dive really, really deeply into those standards. And then we continue to make connections and reflect, and we give them a chance to go and apply their thinking to new problems that are related to that same concept that we're working on. So as we're thinking about these mathematical practices, we can see that they're woven all the way through this routine.
And I like to think too, you know, when we're looking at this routine or this framework that our students are engaging with, we're not creating like answer generators, we're creating math thinkers, right? So if I know that standard algorithm for multiplication and I can follow the steps, like that's great. But we're taking it to another level. Well, now I'm looking at Mike's model with manipulatives and seeing how that represents my algorithm. So it's not just memorizing steps or mimicking the math. We're helping them think through the problem solving part. I like to joke when I was growing up, we always were told, you're not going to have a calculator in your pocket, right? Well, joke's on you, teacher. Like I do have a calculator in my pocket. So we're going beyond that. Like you can know what to type in that calculator, but do you understand why 5 times 7 is 35? Can you represent it in different ways? Can you solve using different strategies that might be more efficient, sometimes more efficient than that standard algorithm? because we've developed that deep and flexible number sense. So when we get into like the discourse and this routine, that's really at the heart of it, is how are we getting our students to critically think about the math so that they can be flexible.
And just to kind of piggyback on what Brenda was talking about, but for years when we talk about fluency, we think of like fact fluency, right? Like I know my math facts, right? And we learn multiplication and division in 3rd grade, and we actually learn what factors are, right? It's the number of groups, it's the size of the group, and that the product is the altogether. Well, then we get to 4th grade and we're not teaching that anymore. Now, these are facts that you need to know to do something else. And if you don't have that concrete understanding of what those factors really mean, at some point down the road, unless you're an elementary school teacher, you're probably going to forget what 7 times 8 is, right? But if I've got a true conceptual understanding and I can anchor to that, I can think of, well, I know 4 touchdowns plus 4 touchdowns, 28 plus 28. I can reason through that, right? I can think about what these factors actually mean, even if I don't remember the fact right off the bat. So that's what we want for them to really stick with them as they move forward, is that conceptual fluency, or that if I'm going to go back one slide, I got to pull back all the dots. Building procedural fluency from conceptual understanding, right? That's really what we want them to get to.
Yeah, the football analogy is not my go-to for solving, but it also cracks me up. I mentioned my husband's a music director. He's over at, if you're familiar with Belfres, he's the director at Bellevue Presbyterian. And it just cracks me up sometimes when I'll like give him a math problem and he'll just be like, cross, multiply, divide. And I'm like, that was just a phrase that was like ingrained in your brain. That has nothing to do with this. You just remember your teacher saying, cross, multiply, divide. Like that's his like go-to strategy for everything math related. And I'm like, you never really learned it. You just learned that trick. So all that being said, we can talk about the theory all day long, but we're going to put that theory into action. And so you're going to experience that try, discuss, connect framework with the problem. And so we, in a moment, and by we, I mean Mike and Maybe Lynn Trail, are going to pass out some materials. So we are going to use some chart paper. Feel free to use scratch paper. There are Post-its at your table. We're also going to give you some manipulatives because some people just need to touch the math, right? And we are going to engage in a little problem. So before we start, full disclosure, this is not an elementary level problem. So bear with me. But I want you to, I want you to think about what comes to mind when you hear the phrase algebraic thinking. It is not just a domain on the IRD diagnostic. What comes to mind when you hear algebraic thinking? So take a moment of individual think time. And when, oh, I'm giving away my own thunder. Too many clicks. It's your clicker. When you're ready, turn to talk. What do you think about? What does algebraic thinking mean? What comes to mind? Talk to your people.
That's what I think.
And learn about school was named as algebra because you're so related to these creatures. Dragging them around. Dragon box because you drag.
Drag and.
No, it's dragon like a creature.
Okay,
so it's dragon.
I think I was really thinking
I don't know.
mathematical.
In the App Store.
Yep.
Getting off topic.
All right, I'm gonna bring you back. Anybody like top of mind, like equations, letters, variables? Is that where your mind went? Yeah. Or over here, like problem solving, solving for an unknown, right? So for our purposes today, I want you to forget everything you know about high school algebra. Forget, let go of that notion of equations and variable. Like, don't worry about it. Okay? I want you to engage like you've never had algebra before. Okay? Because at the end of the day, algebraic thinking is way more than just solving equations. Algebraic thinking starts in kindergarten. Algebraic thinking starts before kindergarten, right? So when we think about what is algebraic thinking, we're looking for patterns. We are looking for students that can represent a relationship. Can they make a generalization and see how things change? My daughter's 4 and she can make patterns. She can recognize like that red, blue, you know, so that's algebraic thinking. It's more than just solving equations. So now we're going to get into the meat of it. Very important start to our math session. We're going to start with a little context and then connect to culture, which this is in Ready Classroom. Your students have that connect to culture option. Take a moment and talk again with your friends. What experience do you have with dairy farming or milking cows? Talk to your people. What do you know?
I grew up milking goats. Little.
Yeah.
They just 4 or 5 6. Yeah. And they were more than they're really good. But I have no experience. I have no experience with dairy cows. But I've met some of those. I really have. Is there my graduating offer? Too sweet. Not seriously, they're neutered, like.
You like
I forget what you call them, but basically being. They were scary, they were like dogs, but they were so strong. They were like. And they were like, all
right, bring it back with me. Do I have any cow experts in the room? Anybody that's like, I grew up on a dairy farm, or I've milked 1 million cows?
I've milked a cow.
You've milked a cow.
Well, we had cows when I was growing up.
Okay. Okay. So
How often do you get that answer?
not very often in this area.
Yeah.
I kind of started a milk company, so I've looked into like the economics of milk and some of the.
Okay. So story time. I grew up in Minnesota. There's many I grew up in like a rural Minnesota. I did not grow up on a dairy farm, but many of my classmates did. And they would frequently come to school like, oh, I had to get up and do the, I do the milking, or I do this with cows, or X, Y, and Z. Moral of the story here is we want to make sure that we're all coming in with some background knowledge. No one will back me up on this, I'm sure. When it comes to reading, students are better able to comprehend if they have some background knowledge. I'm going to apply the same strategy to math. So before we jump into our math problem, let's get a little background knowledge about cows. So some background knowledge for you. A cow that is milking eats about 100 pounds of food and drinks 30 to 50 gallons of water per day. Yeah, they're hungry. The average cow produces 7 to 9 gallons of milk each day. And the protein that's in their milk in each year is the same amount, if not more, than the protein you get from eating the cow itself. Okay? Here's what I really want you to latch onto for what we know about cows. Cows like to be milked. So if there's one thing you take away from this, I want you to remember cows like to be milked because it produces oxytocin, releases pressure, and usually they're given some type of a treat or a bribe to move things along because they want to stay milking. And so sometimes they have to be like sprayed to move away from, so the next cow can come. Okay. So really quick, what's the big thing I want you to remember? Cows like to be milked. Perfect. Because our story today is about Carol. And Carol is naughty. Carol's a naughty cow. Carol the cow is waiting in line to be milked. She's last in line and she doesn't want to wait her turn. I'm sure you've never seen a student like that. Each time that farmer turns their back to milk the cow, Carol's sneaky and she's sneaking past some cows in front of her. Take a moment, talk to your elbow buddy. What's happening in our story? To recap the story, talk to the person next to you.
There's like a sequence.
Bring it back with me. What's our story about? Carol the cow. Someone else shout out.
The resource.
What's that?
She likes to be milked.
She likes to be milked. What did you say?
She's a line cutter.
So line cutter. I did this yesterday. Someone said, Carol the cutting cow. And I'm like, yeah. And then someone else say, Carol's an opportunist. Yes, yes, she is.
So when we're thinking about why she is so efficient, maybe she's in a lot of pain, like.
Yeah, because what do we know about cows? They like to be milked, right? So here's the start of our story. We don't have all the information yet, though. So before I have you try it, we need to learn a little bit more about Carol. So we're going to read this one more time. Carol's waiting in line to be milked. She's last in line and does not want to wait her turn. Each time the farmer turns their back to milk the front cow, Carol sneaks past 2 cows to get to the front of the line. Take a moment, talk to your people. What's important to know? Not just what's it about, but what's important.
Like the great, she's the.
Tell them one.
And then she's the last.
And then it's right there. It's just like. And bring it back with me. I heard it's not random. I heard she's skipping 2, right? Do we have a question up here yet? No, we don't know what we're solving for yet. So I'm going to ask you now, take a minute. What could we be solving for? What math questions might we be asking about Carol? So given this context, what could be something we're solving for mathematically?
How many cows are whiskey, how many cows are in total? So how many cows? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, how many cows are total online? That could be a prompt in our problem. What else?
How long does she have to wait?
How long does she have to wait? Maybe we're going to incorporate some time here. What else?
How many times did the farmer turn around?
How many times did they turn around? Anything else? It's okay.
We see like how long the line is in general.
It could be, yeah. How many cows are in front of Carol? That could be a problem. None of those were actually what we're solving for, but I'm glad that I got you thinking about what the math could be going towards, because here's our problem. Again, I'm going to read this one more time so that we're all really solid on what's happening in this story. Carol is waiting in line to be milked. She's last in line, does not want to wait her turn. Each time the farmer turns their back to milk that front cow, she sneaks past how many? 2. I want to know how many cows will be milked before Carol if there are 6 in front of her.
Is that counting the ones getting milked?
So there are 6 in front of her, and then Carol.
And
The farmer takes that first cow in line, and Carol moves. Okay? Here's the deal. You can use any materials you would like. My assistant, Mike, is going to pass out. We've got counters, we've got some tiles, you have sticky notes, but I want you to take a moment and first try this on your own. But at any point, feel free to talk to your neighbor.
Why not?
Remind me to bring it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. You need to leave, right?
This guy is real. This one's like,
One is being milked and 6 cows. And then.
I'll give you a look.
So we when that first cow goes, Carol moves.
Okay.
Right, so first cow goes, Carol moves 2. Second cow goes, Carol moves 2, boom, moves 3.
I'm sorry, yes, my numbers aren't as panic.
I'm like,
okay.
This is the platform of the farmer.
Okay,
So first cow.
that's what the manipulative.
Carol.
I think it's hard to find in terms of that.
That's
I
my brain wants it.
It's really different. They're like, well, the milk chocolate's gonna be Carol. It's milk. Sure. Yeah. However you wanna think about it.
And then Carol's next to my cat.
Oh, but.
So when he's milking-
So every time he
Yeah.
milks the front cow, he turns.
Yeah.
I thought it was like.
So he takes that cow and
They all-
Did you know that? So that it is a big power outage or whatever, there's no way to like.
Oh my God, that's.
It's like using a breast pump, as you know, like using a breast pump.
I do know.
Like, it's impossible to like manually express after you're used to using a breast pump. Same type of task.
Well, I did not know that.
We had a hand, we only had one task, we just left it the regular way.
All right. let's come together before we talk about the answer. I could have you come up here and act it out, but I'm gonna be honest, acting like a cow is just a little too close to home. So we're gonna watch this animated slide to make sure that we're all on the same page. So I've got my farmer. I have the 6 cows that are in front of dear Carol. Carol's our best friend. So that first cow goes and Carol moves. And then that second cow goes and Carol moves again. How many of you got that 2 cows will be milked before Carol? Great. That was the first part of this problem.
Although at first I thought it was variables, I read the prompt that each time the farmer milked the first cow, I didn't read it as that was necessary. It was if, like when he was like milking the front cow, he turned. To me, it was not I didn't understand it was a given.
Yeah, oh, that makes sense. So are we all feel good about this setup?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's your real problem. Because we're all about making generalizations right now. I want to know, and not, sorry, I don't like the way this question is phrased because this is not a yes or no question. I want to know how would you solve for any number of cows in front of Carol. So I gave you there's 6 in front of her and you solve for that. What is a rule or a way to solve for any number of cows? Don't start yet. Don't start yet. Because we are going to do this in teams. So here's what I need from you today. There's chart paper. I want you in groups of 2, and I'm going to make Lintrail participate because he's never seen this problem.
Okay.
Lintrail's going to do some math. We're going to be in groups of 2, and what I need from you is your thoughts need to go on the paper. Like, thought vomit onto this paper. I want it to be messy. I want it to be just anything you're thinking. It does not have to be pretty and correct. Just get your thinking on the paper, okay? You can also use the manipulatives. You can use any tools you would like, but I want your thoughts on paper, okay? So in pairs of 2, and I'll let you buddy up however you want. Groups of 2, go ahead and start working on how do we solve for any number. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I was on the ground. Yeah, I was on the ground. So I didn't reveal my school. Yeah, I'm already just about. Okay.
So it is like Carol.
But so if there's 8 cows, there's 9 cows.
I always like to.
What's the answer when there's 9?
Okay, so here's try to.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Carol Bosses up 2.
So.
Second one gets milked.
Yeah.
Carol Bosses up 2.
Okay.
Third one gets milked. Carol Bosses up 2.
So it's
So now
3.
that work with 6 then. First one gets milked.
So
Carol Bosses up 2.
it's just 3.
That makes lots of sense. Yeah.
It's always 3.
No. Yeah, no.
Right?
Yeah, you're right.
We know
Because
that
there's
there's
6. Yeah.
I think it's gonna be.
Yeah, does that work?
Right.
Let's try like- There's 10 cows in front.
That was my.
How many?
So add, we'll add to, well, do you know why I said that? So this is, I was looking at this one, and the only reason I thought that
Third one gets
is
milked.
because 6 divided by
Tenth one gets milked. So it's.
so is it that if there's
4.
8,
So then our formula, so there's like a fixed one, like right there. 3.
I'm sorry, 6 divided by 30 equals 2.
Oh,
If it's so it's X.
Okay. First one gets milked.
so there's 11 here now.
Okay, so if it's 11,
Yeah.
Third one gets milked.
and we divide it by,
This one gets milked and she's next in line, so it's.
4. If there's.
is it divided by 3 or divided by 10?
There's 10 then.
This is good. It's like our formula we got. So
Well,
like,
it's
right,
not-
we have the relationship. Yeah. Then once we have like all the data. we can
So is
figure
it
out-
divided by
Correct.
3?
Okay, here's our random number of cows. I'm gonna test our formula for
How many calves, then we'll get the data.
Okay. It's just 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10.
Wait,
13, so 13.
It is-
So it's
gonna be a higher
first one goes, Carol Bosses up 2. Second one goes, 2.
Higher than, Everyone go two.
Two. Two.
Fifth one goes next. So this one's next.
Six and five. Okay, so now we gotta figure out. Yes, now I gotta figure, choose our relationship, right? So I gotta figure out how to write an equation.
So it's like six.
X is the number of cows, right?
Is that 12?
How do we?
So 12.
Well, yeah, right. The number of cows that will be milked for her is. Oh.
I'm gonna be nitpicky there.
Did you think what our
I'm
dad,
gonna do the same
we're gonna do
thing.
that, like our dad and
Whatever
try to write our relationship.
You're
Really is our dad, right?
And
You guys
you're
are
doing
following
great.
directions.
Get those markers.
So
Make
the
it
four is
visible.
all-
Yes.
Loud and proud.
Three is
It's working, you know?
right, this is what we're solving
All right,
for.
12.
right?
So cows.
Can we apply
I
that?
think the three is the X, right,
Cows.
in algebra, 6 turns.
In front.
Okay, can we apply? Let's try a new one.
Algebra, what's that?
Just
We forgot everything about it.
Past that,
Uh-huh.
or at least algebra one.
And we have
Make it
6
Take a picture.
2, 9, 3, and
4. Okay, so we
Now
have
need to write a
Now what?
formula.
9. Or do you want to write it again?
So you like a enormous.
We'll gather lots of data and
So,
kicking the ball
so
on
three.
the solution.
That's the how many times.
Okay, here's our counts. They can be different colors than this three.
Boom. Ready? Good partnership.
Yes, let's go.
Okay.
So we are,
Okay.
Carol
so,
goes to
okay.
number 2.
Hello.
I know now.
We're just kind of
Stressed.
I did just have a picture of you on this.
Where's he in Alaska?
No,
So
we're
we're
Yeah, that's more on.
Yelling Trail is set to be a partner.
Okay,
So
Oh, hey.
okay. I am gonna ask everyone to pause really quick though. Yeah. Stop what you're doing. We're not done,
Oh dear.
but we have some really great, and this is how we know we're engaged when people don't stop. We have really great
These are
thinking
high achieving group.
going on in the room.
Not effective, but great.
We have great thinking. We're not gonna keep that thinking to ourselves. We're gonna mobilize that knowledge in the room. So I want you to take a quick break from what you are doing. This is a really professional phrase. I want you to productively cheat for a little bit. I want you to go look at what other people have done.
I'm sorry.
Do a gallery walk. When you're done looking, go back to what you are working on and keep going. So go take a minute to check what others are doing. Maybe steal some ideas because we've got great knowledge and we're going to share that. And then go back to what you were doing.
I just thought we were thinking that
We're taking a moment to productively cheat.
So we're cheating in, how about the learn from the others?
Yes. You can go and look wherever you want. You can talk to your teammate. I said productively cheating. That's great.
So maybe let's all do another like the dust down, right?
Yeah.
So let's see if it's hit.
But that means if there's only one cow.
So I think we should.
And again, when you're ready, go back to your own work. Wanted to give you a chance to shake it up a little bit and see what other people do.
Two, so we could do 12 cows, so then
So then. Worry about there's multiples, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it on the table.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
So let's think of two.
So that's it. X is,
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, or, no, I guess they define. I was gonna say, let's try one that's not a visible. Like, try one that was not related. Yeah.
There's 10.
So I'm saying X would be number of cows.
Carol plus two.
Okay.
Y would be
Right.
because that's how my brain works.
That's okay.
No,
So here's
Alright.
what
that's not right.
So X.
Here's Carol.
Cows in front.
First one is
Y.
Carol, Carol.
Again, it's fine.
Second one gets down to Carol.
Y
Total.
Third one gets down to
number
Carol
of
plus two. Fourth one gets down to Carol.
Cows.
And this is like a 3 and a.
Yes.
That's
fine.
Yeah.
Yes,
Like,
it's
it's
one
one
part.
part.
Total number.
I think
Right.
that's-
The problem is the Y.
So I think we could just do this forever.
Yeah.
Every possible
Yeah.
number.
At least we know what we're doing.
Some number of the answer.
We just have
But.
to. let's-
Okay, so like, so if it's number that's divisible by 3.
One
I
power
will straight up,
over.
right?
And then do an outline.
Let's, yeah. Let's do that.
Yeah, I agree.
That's why I don't know how you write that.
But
Let's not do that.
Basically like,
Right.
I feel like it'd be easier to set up a program than is it? Like, is it an easy number of cows? Yes, then it's just divided by half, but if it's.
So if it's divisible by
So let's say there's,
Right.
then that number.
There's just- yeah, there's-
Yeah, that's just like that.
Plus one, right?
So, and then, let's do 14.
We don't have to depend on the bigger one, so we have to set.
So then, like, you're, so the,
Like, there's an odd
what,
number,
if we're
right?
at 8,
There's an odd number.
We didn't do it.
so if we did 4.
We divided by 2, so 5, we divide by 2, we get 2 and a half.
I'm gonna predict that 8 is going to be plus, because I'm gonna say that any number is also.
And there's only one that in front of her, so
Like
like
this.
this.
No, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just not.
So like.
See, look, let's just do it like this.
So
So
what
there
do you
were
find
5
out?
cows.
Yeah.
Carol.
Yeah.
5 cows.
Yeah.
This cow has to milk.
Yeah.
Then she milked
This
us
one
too,
goes to.
Right.
right?
But that's
Then
just
this
three.
cow has to be milked.
So
Right.
It's crazy. It's just gonna be divided by 3.
But also.
So like, divided by 3 and then down 6.
Two cows in milk.
Yeah.
So I would try it, but if we did like 14, right, round down.
So it's gonna be here, 10
So if there were.
divided by 3
That's
round.
not-
You don't have to leave it out.
More like what I, like, yeah.
Yeah.
And then-
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, I'm just certified.
It's more like-
What if we have 7?
It's more like.
Would it be
We have
Because X,
Yeah.
X
I don't have very good equations, but like, yeah, it's like whatever
And then
times.
she had two.
X is number,
And the next
X
step was to get
equals
the-
the number.
So she's
but
separate.
I just worked-
So like if we had 27,
And the
next
next step
step
was to get, right, like 7, then
Not
she's 7,
7,
so
so
7
7.
Well, I'm counting the.
If it's 20, yeah, 7.
Well, no, it's like, it's
Six.
Five.
it's 5,
What
it's
about
5
6?
is.
And
Six
five.
was
It would be 2, but it's less than.
4 would be 1.
Milk.
And so.
Oh, no,
this
that's-
rounded
Because 4.
And then.
Then she did in front, she just did by 2.
Just to interject.
And then the next.
Cause like,
You have
okay, so
half the cows, we're not talking about dairy cows anymore, now we're talking about.
Would be-
No,
It's divided by 3 rounds.
Now we're talking about steaks.
Now we're talking about.
So are you suggesting that you not do half?
Divided by
I'm just,
3.
think about the logic.
That's what I said. Split cows, you just say 2.
I mean, up for each for
Well,
two.
okay,
Yeah, split cows, so that's
like-
totally different type.
Yeah, well, right, that,
Round it
there
up.
are some of our assumptions.
So probably under is 2.
So then I think
Maybe
our
that's
initial
what
was
I was
15,
So
This is
15 and
all.
under is
right?
5.
3,
Well,
3. So
okay,
seven.
but
You said
Right.
your factor,
Right.
she
Round
said
up
she
to
can't,
yours, full
she
count.
has to
okay,
skip
two is
2.
correct.
Well, does she have to skip 2?
So what do we know about cows?
7, 6, 8.
What do we remember from our pre-story?
Is she like,
Is she gonna wait because there's one?
well, right, that's why I said it's the difference. So
I
I
will
was
write
like,
Yeah.
Goes again. And then the next step goes to get.
All right.
No.
We really, no, we're gonna pause you one more time. So I'm gonna have you pause what you're doing, attention on me in 3, 2. Ted, I'm gonna have you stand up and go find one person from another group to talk to about this. And you can roam around, you can look at other people's work, but I want you to find someone from another group to have a discussion about Carol and the work that you've done so far.
Specifically, what didn't work.
Are we on this? Okay.
Yep, what did not work. And then if you look at your solutions together, what's the same about what you've done and what's different about what you've done? So find someone you haven't worked with. That's not your partner. You're splitting up. You can. It's gonna be a good experience.
One, two, two. I'm gonna guess, yeah.
Well, if we even say
So
one.
you have amazing grades.
I
No,
know.
so what we found is that there's a pattern. And so I think you're gonna have to express that.
Would you like to put their art?
It's 3 in.
You know, it's just three.
Minus one.
Because it was fractional. And then we realized the rounding.
Yeah.
And we struggled with a little bit of how to express that in the equation.
Because
Again,
you can't both leave, they're like, oh, I guess we all leave, because that, we were working with a pattern.
You're finding one line that's out of your work.
we thought it was,
It's the
I thought it was, you take the total number of counts, so y, and then you go
Three is
to
about
x divided by 3. Round it out,
Okay.
1 divided by 3, that
Okay.
where x is,
So does that work in the?
It just doesn't give you.
Yeah, so X.
Yeah.
What did you say, X?
Okay, right. Yeah. So that's all facet, right? So, yeah. So,
there was like 7 counts in front, you divide it by 3, but that means 2 with a little change, right? The remainder is to be 3.
Three.
So
And then if
that
you
number
put
is all
3,
something that's.
a 9
right here.
would be 3, and then 10 it goes to 4. Because it'd be 3.1, but.
Yeah, now it makes sense.
There's no rounding.
Right, you don't
Why?
have actual counts.
The rounding
Yeah,
is just
because
to
it's not
account for
fractional
the one
counts.
cow.
No, I'm saying that you don't, that, I mean, that you have to round.
We got it down.
We're saying the same
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah.
different ways.
Yeah.
So, but if you don't have like the rounding, but it doesn't work.
I'm gonna give you 1 minute, 1 minute, back with your partner to solidify your thing. If you're not done, that's fine. But 1 more minute to kind of keep processing and then we're coming back. 1 minute.
It's like.
And it is okay if you don't finish.
We thought. We thought this is the number I asked.
Yeah.
Yes, but then they're around X.
You are.
Three, right, you see that that number changed, so I think we have to have n minus one over here. So we need to divide by n minus 1. Depending on what n is.
Did we already solve
So,
that? Or-
see right here, I'm
I was-
dividing by n, I'm dividing by n. Here I'm dividing by
And we
n
know
minus
that, is it that
2.
we know that?
I'm not sure there. This is divided by
And then
3.
Carol.
N minus, I don't know.
Like, so that's.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's our
All right, my next question is your visual. I see, what type of model is this?
Yes, right.
Maybe
Yeah.
quadratic
And we're
or-
told we're eager to hold, like, those words that for X. Let's say there's.
Yeah,
Y
sorry.
is not. Or like, so it's Y is
This is a step equation. A step equation. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. Okay. All right, so 1, 1.
X equals house value. Carol plus 16. Or, Carol plus.
So that's step equation. And so that we can do
X.
And then
domain.
All right, friends.
Then we go.
I have 2 fingers up. Can you help me make 5? If I have 2, how many more do I need for 5? Help me make
Is that
5.
how many cows? 3 cows?
No. I just wanted to get your attention. I'm gonna stop you. If you're not done, that's okay. Because now we're gonna connect some strategies. So we're just gonna pretend for right now that these are your strategies I selected from for the sake of a presentation. I've got 2 student strategies up here. Let's pretend it's Nova and then Trails.
I hope mine is the correct one.
Really, these are strategies. Our team did this problem via Zoom, and these are strategies from Irony teammates. But I want you to take a moment, and we're going to look at these 2 strategies, and I want you to discuss really quickly, do you see any patterns? I specifically want you to look at what patterns do you see between these 2, and talk to your partner. What patterns do you see? Go.
Exactly how it's.
How are the number of?
My mom, she thinks she's gonna my dad, she's
So like.
and a trailblazer, and falling in a path. Live a trail.
Three times.
Most of the way, I'm probably 2/3 of the way.
Yes.
No, not with all of them. Yeah, you're not.
She's got to be such a
Okay, I have 2 more strategies up here. Again, just for comparison's sake. Patterns. That's the theme of these strategies. What patterns are you seeing? So these are 2 more to look at.
That's kind of
He's like function.
You know all the words.
Truly, you're such a high school math teacher.
And in the second, we're not focused on the terms, they're focused on the number of cows in front and how many are milked.
It's so funny because I just sat here like all day long and never got to the point where I was doing like the actual like, let's go in order 1, 2, 3, and how it works. Like, it never would have occurred to me to like, see what you guys have tried.
So for the sake of time, we're going to kind of stop our math experience here. But we know, and I'm not going to give you the answer. So don't be mad about it, because it's not about the answer. It's about the process. Right? Oh, yeah, there we go.
But then we're not gonna end up, our brain will keep up working all week.
I know, we can.
But that's the beauty of a high engaging problem, is that you want to keep doing it. I've actually had to take
away than the.
I will take them back home with me. That's fine. Yes. But I want you to take a moment. So we started, before we did this math experience, we talked about the try, discuss, connect framework, right? So I didn't show you how to solve this problem at any point in time. I helped you make sense of it, and then I let you try it. You had multiple opportunities to discuss throughout, and then we made some connections with strategies up here. I'm not having you apply it to a new problem because we just don't have time for that. But thinking about that process, I'm guessing you've probably noticed something about a 3 in your strategy, right? We noticed something about the 3-ness. But at the end of the day, I don't really care about the answer for this problem. I care about what you all did to own the learning, to critically think, to have conversations, because at some point in time, you all kind of got there. And so we're going to debrief so you can kind of take that student hat off. And I want you to think about and brainstorm with your partner, or you can get up and move to somebody else. While you were doing Carol the Cow, where did you experience a challenge? That's your first question I want you to debrief. What were the challenges you experienced?
So have you ever videoed kids? So I mean, I love the process.
Yeah.
We've all had algebra.
Yes.
Do you have any videos where we can watch kids who haven't had algebra go through that same
thought process?
We do have videos. We have full sessions recorded. Actually, most of our recording, we just got updated videos, came from Federal Way School District, so it's local. We do have recordings of that process, but also keep in mind, this is one, so Ready has multiple types of lessons. This is what is called a strategy approach to a lesson. We have other lessons that are called understand lessons, where it's like, I'm third grade and I've never seen a fraction before, that's going to be more explicitly taught. So we have those like strategically embedded. This is just the majority.
Right.
So when it's brand new learning, we're not just throwing them off the deep end and like, figure out what a fraction is. They're going to get that threat instruction.
So if we're thinking about that understand lesson and the try, discuss, connect routine, the try it portion is part of the understand. They'll look at like a model it or picture it where there's strategies out there already and they'll make connections.
They
with
just
that.
have to try rather than do the try.
Mhm.
If we're gonna ask them to solve the sport they're thinking on their own, we gotta put some tools in their toolbox first. Right?
I think of it like we're not pushing them off the deep end without any floaties. Eventually we want them to not need the floaties, but they need some support before we just throw them in there. So.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
For me, I think that my question is more for you. So when I saw this, what it highlighted to me is how difficult it was for me to be able to solve it with hearing people talk in English and having my numbers are in Spanish. So how do we work with and talking about English learners with this tool that my present a barrier on their thinking process and the process portion of it, not it's just an eye opener. There's the right tool for them to achieve to close the gap.
So you're obviously you're fluent. So do you still think in
The
Spanish?
numbers are in Spanish.
No.
This is what, like, having them so close to me was absolutely impossible.
Well, and how do you work with someone who's talking numbers in English?
If I can do I can isolate myself with that person, it's fine, but I do sometimes have to stop and say, like, if I go, like today, I was at the gym and I said, like, do not talk to me, I'm counting myself. You have to go, but if you're gonna count it out loud, you go to the other end.
But Christina, that's partly because you didn't go to elementary school here, because like when my kids were in China, like they had to learn their numbers in Chinese to do math in Chinese.
Yeah, but so then if we have English language learners in our schools who went to elementary school and somewhere else or learned their numbers somewhere else. I mean, I think it's just so amazing to have the aspect that Christina brings of like, this would not have occurred to, I think, maybe.
Oh, no, that's totally, I'm just saying like that is part of the process for kids who are learning English to learn.
I'm not saying that this tool should not be used. I'm saying like, is this, so what will we bring this, or what else do we need to bring this group of students? And not only, I think, like, is the second language, it's also with different learning.
Yeah, and they might need extra classroom accommodations, for example, like noise canceling headphones, so they don't have to hear everybody in the room talking numbers.
I have a question for you. Like, would it make a difference if you had the problem in Spanish in front of you, even though we're reading it in English?
For me, I
or
think
talking
it was more on, I couldn't.
More on the dialogue?
That noise outside to listen to my brain.
So you think that's more English learner or just personal style, no matter what learner you are? Just, I mean, even if I wasn't an English learner, do you think that could be the situation for a student, just in general?
Because you have to translate it. Like I
translation.
do have to translate
Mhm.
to engage with in a deep conversation with in any other subject too. Would be I have to have a bigger pause to make sure that what I'm
Cognitive reserve.
it is the same.
Mhm,
Yeah, there is something
Like the whole, but I'm just comparing it and I don't have it, so I don't know exactly what it looks like, but students with dysgraphia.
Dysgraphia is handwriting, is that right?
Oh, no.
Dysgraphia.
Thank you.
And I must say, like, I love math.
But having
math is something that I can do in any language. Like, if you put me in math in German, I get it. But if we're talking it out loud, I cannot do it at the same time.
And that's really
Yes.
interesting. Yeah.
And I think that ties really into, so I have 3 questions up here we're kind of unpack, but really that 3 question of what might have prevented you from finding a solution, because we do have all different learning styles. Full disclosure, this problem is designed to engage adults, which is why I use this for grown-ups.
Can I say one more thing that with that train of thought? So talking about the kids that you said that I learned math in Spanish. My kids grew up in the system, born here, with math here. They would, if you put them the problem in English or in Spanish, they will go immediately. The mother language is Spanish. They will go faster in Spanish.
Sure.
So
That
I
makes
think
total
there's
sense.
also
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
about another language.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
So that's interesting because such a large percentage of our students who even may be fluent in English or whatever are speaking Chinese at home or whatever, constantly, they probably run into the same sort of hidden barrier that we might not see because we have taught them English well, they understand it in English.
And there's actually differences like between languages in how you structure your thoughts mathematically, because some languages are like, it's 5 minus 2, and some languages it's like take 2 away from 5, right? So that's also, people are having to translate that in that. So thank you for mentioning that.
Especially if you are talking about something yes or no,
Yeah.
right?
Well, also partly because we were talking all morning about kind of like teaching where the students all, communicate with each other and personalize blah, 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 but it's like, that's not ideal for everybody, right?
Or maybe a kid that is very sensitive to sound,
Sound,
it's like,
yeah.
just completely take them out of the.
Yeah. I think some things to consider too is just like, how do the teachers that are engaging with our students, remove some of these barriers or make those accommodations, which I mean is what we're talking about now, but just thinking about like in this setting, would it have been useful? Because we talked about this before, like, should we put the chart papers like spread out all around the room so like you're spaced out more?
Yeah.
Or we opted to put them on the table. So like think about some of those like small shifts, like would that have been a help? Probably if you're over there with just one person.
Because now knowing that, if I was your teacher, I would not set this up the way it is for your learning style.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
you might be the group that's over here where, it's a little more spaced out.
And I will say that during this instruction, I have seen a lot of teachers allow kids to move spaces in the rooms, but I wrote it down as a no.
Yeah. Was there anything else that you feel like could be a barrier for our students when we think about like a discourse-driven approach to math?
Yeah, I think it can depend on your partner. Like I was very fortunate with Jody, but I mean, I can imagine sometimes particularly younger kids, one can be very distracted and doesn't want to do the project at all. And, wants to talk about, let's say Taylor Swift or I don't know, or the Seahawks. And that can be, that can be problematic, right? To try to learning. I mean, it was very easy here because we were both geared towards the same, objective and outcome. But I could see that.
Or even if we were approaching it differently, and we were like, no, my way, no, you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one thing, I mean, that's unique to adults is obviously we're working with grownups that have fully formed brains and social cues and you all know each other. So we didn't have to spend the time of establishing the routine of working with a partner or establishing the turn and talk. I could just say turn and talk to someone else and you just did it because we're grownups. With our younger grades, that is part of what's built into their routines is one, how do we use the data to create partners? Not just iReady data, but also your qualitative data. What do you see in the classroom? If I know Lynn Trail and Mike cannot be put together, even if their math data says they'd be a good fit, I'm not going to put that together, right? So, thinking about both quantitative and qualitatively, how are we partnering students? But then part of their iReady lessons in the classroom when they're, first year, we have what's called lesson 0. It's all about routines. We're not worried about the math. We're worried about how do I structure turn and talks? How do I structure getting out manipulatives and putting them away? What are the routines before we really get into the math?
Yeah, and I was just gonna add on to that because it really, I talk all the time. It makes me think of when you haven't been to the gym in a long time and you're trying to get back in shape and you go and you're super sore and it's forget it, right? It's that first part of it's hard to get going. And that's a lot of times with teachers starting out the year with routines like this, it's difficult. because they don't always come, especially the first couple of years of using the program. There's growing pains because students aren't used to learning math this way, right? And we're not used to teaching math this way. And so it's one of those things where, like Brittany was talking about the routines of it, if every day they come back to your class and this is what math looks like, we have less and less of those, examples that you were giving of like, maybe my, partner is, not that we eliminate all behaviors, but this is what is the expectation. Every single time we're working with a partner, sharing my thinking with a partner, comparing class strategies, this is what it looks like, right? If my teacher asked me to rephrase what someone else said, I know what that looks like because she's modeled it for me for the first month of school, right? And so it's getting past that, like, this is difficult because it's new and not coming in pre-programmed, but once it hits the ground and they're coming back, it's pretty incredible. It really is to see these actions in motion. The class that, one of the classes that Brittany was referring to in Federal Way, I literally it was October of last year and I got to do a session in there and I was just watching her teach. And there were students in the back that like had this water bottle and was like drinking like this. It was spilling all over her and sets it back down. And then she goes, raises her hand. She's like, I'd like to respectfully disagree. And like went on this whole thing. And I'm like, holy moly, like even though she was doing her thing over there, she was engaged in what was going on and knew how to respond appropriately because that was the expectation in there. And it had been every day she went into class.
What I will say after spending any time with the teachers in Mercer Island, specifically the K-1 teachers, we spent a lot of time at the start of this year talking about like, how do we get routines for like small groups and like we're teaching the littlest of littles how to be people at school. And so one of the things I'll say about the teachers is they are so driven to like get to that like well-oiled machine that like they needed that reminder of like, you have some grace. Like it is the start of the year to go slow, to go fast. And that like, there was like an audible sigh of relief when I was like, you don't need to do it all right now. Like we're going to build these systems. And so that's one thing I really appreciate with Ready Classroom is it's structured that way. So just giving them that reminder, you're not going to see the routines from lesson 18 on lesson 2, right? Like it builds over time. You just have some highly motivated teachers that want to get them there.
Perfections.
Yes. So that's
In a good way.
In a good way, yes. They are very highly motivated, overachievers. But that's just something to keep in mind too. Is like that's part of the learning process. And at the end of the day, yes, we want them to be able to come up with the correct math answers, but we also want them to know how to like engage in conversation of I respectfully disagree or I agree because, and to have that back and forth dialogue. Any other thoughts? Kind of unpacking your experience, like
Just what I love is having a nephew who is that way. If the teacher had made her sit and listen without the movement, she wouldn't have participated. So it's understand then I mean I think that comes with experience for teachers. Like it's okay to let students do what they need to do, and engaging participation it looks different. It does.
And I allow it to be a behavioral problem that prevents the student from actually learning and being in the classroom or shutting down. My son is similar to that too.
I feel like I really appreciate the like using the diagnostic to like pair people together. So I've noticed like, in my own experience, like when you're paired with someone who knows a lot more than you or you know a lot more than someone, you can't really collaborate, which is super difficult at the younger ages, right? Like being able to like collaborate with someone and not just like have one person take control and do it all and actually be able to like think together is really quite difficult and something that's like difficult to learn. So I also appreciate that aspect of it too. Like you're actually learning how to collaborate with people, which is so important. I think you do so much throughout school life. So it's good.
Thank you, Sharon.
One of the things that I was just gonna say is when Brittany put the work up there, that's part of what the teachers do where they'll actually have the student come up. You reminded me of this because they'll have the student come up and explain what they did. And they really love doing that when they get asked to come up and share. And no one has any expectation of accuracy when they come up to do it because they're not in that spot yet. So it's a pretty cool routine to see.
Yeah. And that's something too, we push on teachers, the students that come up and share, it's not volunteers. Like that's really strategic on the teacher's end. Like I'm going to pick this strategy because I want to, you know, draw on this concept, right? And so we do some modules and some training around selecting and sequencing of those students. So like, what are the ones I'm selecting, and then what order am I putting them in to move that learning progression forward? So for some of our students, it might be, I'm gonna put up that algorithm first, because most of you knew how to multiply 2-digit numbers using that standard algorithm. But then I saw that Mike did it with base 10 blocks. Like, let's put that next to the algorithm and see how they connect and have that conversation. Because I think that's when the most light bulbs go off, is when they can see those things side by side and then there you go.
Judy, if someone you said, you're like, I never would have thought about doing it like that, but you got the chance to see her, that she didn't keep your Linda, they didn't keep their thinking. You know, we didn't keep the thinking isolated to just that.
Right.
We shared that out. And it's pretty amazing when you've got this strategy that you're holding on tight to, right? And you really like it, but all of a sudden you see somebody else's strategy and you're like, wow, for these numbers, that's way more efficient. Or that's, you know, like, you know, good. Maybe you love arrays in third grade, and that's great for 4 times 6, but not so great for 14 times 24, right? It's a lot of dots. So, you know, I'm like, yeah.
They do. Yeah.
And it's also such a beautiful thing to see the students get to a point in the classroom where they're comfortable sharing their thoughts and ideas. I know we all probably may have felt a little bit of angst when we were asked to show our ideas to one another, fear of a little bit of judgment, right? But when you get to a point of like, hi, this is what we do every day, and it's okay to fail, like, which is one of the norms that we have to. It's okay to make those mistakes. And when they get to the point, they can open up truly to one another. And it's a beautiful thing to see the strategies and the conversations that come from that.
And sometimes one of the strategies that the teachers select and sequence is a common misconception that they're seeing a lot of students are having, because we can, you know, learn from that as well.
Yeah, how to analyze those errors. One other thing that I'm just going to highlight in terms of, you know, Ready Classroom is that balance between teacher and student. And so we talked about at the beginning, you know, this students' mathematical practice and like what makes for equitable instruction, like who's doing the heavy lifting. And so when we think about the balance in the classroom, often, and I haven't been in many Mercer classrooms, but often what we see is the weight is on the teacher. They're up here modeling and I'm doing the work, and the kids are learning by osmosis, right? So thinking about how do we balance that scale so it's not, our teachers are working too hard. They're doing too much of the thinking. How do we shift that back to the students? So when we think about like Carol the Cow, I planned all of that. I planned like, what are the questions I'm gonna ask, strategies I'm gonna look for. Like, I did the behind the scenes work so that in the moment I could just be with you and not feel like I needed to show you the way. And so part of that balance relates to, what am I doing? Relates to what we call the zone of productive struggle. So for our students, we want to have them in that zone of struggle, not like struggle, not, you know, too easy, not too hard. We're thinking Goldilocks. What's the level of challenge of that problem? If it's too high, then we're going to see frustration. If it's too low, we're going to see boredom. So how do we keep them in that realm of productive struggle?
And the fun thing as the teacher is that zone changes for each student.
So within that try, discuss, instructional framework, that try it portion, we're really thinking about how do we keep students locked in. For us, that try it portion was the connect culture, and we talked about cows like to be milked. And then we read that story about Carol, and I unveiled a little bit more each time to keep you engaged, but also like had to keep the pace going so you didn't get bored. But some things that we really push on is make sure all of our students know what the problem's asking. They can make sense of it. They can connect to it before we push them into solving. When it comes to that zone of active engagement, we might see students kind of, like Mike's saying, doing this like zigzag throughout that process. So one thing we've really pushed with our teachers is how do we keep the pace appropriate so that we're not frustrated, but we're not bored? How do we keep them moving? How do we keep that momentum through each stage of that routine? And so with that, we are going to talk about the assessment, but I don't want to jump to that if we're not ready to like let go of the math talk yet. So are there any like kind of closing thoughts around the math you did and the experience you had in terms of you know, how do you need to respond to parents that are like, this new math, and what do I do? And that's my sister's favorite. It's like, what is this new math? Like, why, you know, why is my daughter's homework like this? Like, well, let me tell you about new math, right? So any kind of closing thoughts or questions about Ready Classroom? And the math itself.
It is amazing how hard it is to overcome, like, the old ways of thinking about life. I mean, like I thought this was extremely interesting and informative about the iReady curriculum and you know, I love seeing how that you've woven in all these like ideas of like best practices of learning and stuff. And then I'm thinking constantly, but shouldn't we just memorize our times tables so we have them, you know, at the ready, like I do, like, you know, like, yeah, like, you know, 40 years later or 50 years later, I still know what 7 times 8 is, you know, like, so, you know, it's kind of like, and that's the thing, that's a pushback we hear from parents a lot. It's also like, you know, why can't they just learn the timetables? Why can't they just learn like, you know, these things that we had to learn and you're like.
But I was not that kid.
Yeah.
I do not remember my times tables. And it stressed me out to even think about those fluency assessments. So I think that that's part of it, right?
Yeah.
Is that it's an entry point for all learners as opposed to thinking about it from the lens of this is the way we must do it. Instead, there are lots of ways we can do it.
And I think, yeah, it's a balancing act.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Well,
You're making.
I was just gonna say, we are going to approach these equally, right? The procedural and the conceptual fluency is equally important. And so with equal intensity, it is being approached and directed, addressed in the curriculum. So they do have these opportunities, but there are some practice opportunities. There are some gameplay opportunities to build fluency. That's procedural versus the concept. But during the class, when we have the whole class discussions, these are great opportunities to develop that deep conceptual understanding that then can help translate to increased procedural.
I do think where parents get frustrated though is the when they can't help their kids with their homework, because like my daughter's learning about ratios right now, and she comes up with these problems and she's like, I can't get this one. And I go, oh, well, I would solve that using cross multiplication. She's like, what? You haven't learned that? She's like, you have to use this bar with these like little cubes. And I'm like, I literally have no idea what I'm looking at. I can't help you with that. Like, so you can do it your way and get some more help when you go back to school, you know, because like she can't learn it my way because it's so foreign to how she's being taught.
Yeah.
So that's where parents, I think, are frustrated.
Sometimes what you can do as a parent is, here's one way to solve it. Now, can we back into it using yours to get there? Because once you do know the answer, you can then help back into it with them a little bit. And then that's that balance that Ray was talking about this morning with parents helping versus parents telling them that homework needs.
Yeah, and what I used to do a little bit was, I would then like go through the lesson and we would do some of the ones that she got and then try together the one that she was struggling with. And that's smart.
Yeah. What I will say too, with Ready Classroom, there's no shortage of resources on Ready Classroom. One of the family resources, or two of the family resources, just to highlight for parents, the family letter, which is available in how many languages?
14.
That's going to describe what students are doing for that week, but also give an at-home activity that they can do. But the other resource that I think is just really underutilized is we have what are called unit flow and progression. Unit flow and progression videos that they're designed for, the teacher of like, here's what's happening in this unit, and here's how we're modeling the different concepts and how we're going to see the math progress. They're not hidden, like they can be shared with parents. Right. So that's something we can encourage
and
teachers,
some teachers do share them already.
Share with the parents that they can also watch these videos and see like, what is my second grader, my sister's thing was, what is a number bond? Tell me what a number bond is. And I'm like, well, let's see if I know. But they can see like, what is the strategy? What's the math that's happening? So that when they bring that problem to me, I can see what it looks like. I can support them with the math I saw. The videos are 4 to 6 minutes
is what I normally say.
Yeah.
Covering the whole unit and shows all the math that's related.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One of the things that I hear from parents is for some students, like they need a lot of different, approaches or methodologies or strategies for it to click. But then for other students, like they grasp the concept immediately. And so coming at it from like 7 different angles One can be confusing if they already understand it. And then two, like, even if it's not confusing, it's like, okay, like, it's already clicked, let's go on.
Yeah. Yeah, so when we think about the differentiation aspect, it kind of goes in multiple directions. And I'm just gonna really, this is on the fly, so give me a minute, pull up an image of like how we think about approaches to math and the strategies that I think often we think about, like building math as like for the students that don't get it, but it's also a way to extend for the students that do, right? So, oh my, what deck is this that I'm thinking in?
Well, and also as they get to a problem that might be more challenging, to have different strategies. If one doesn't work, try a different one.
I mean, really at the end of like a kid that's got the algorithm, great. That's fantastic. Where we're extending and deepening their knowledge is like, can you build it? That might not be efficient, but it's an extension in their thinking. So what we really reference throughout, and this is not just specific from IRD, this is from outside research, but these 5 kind of ways to model thinking in mathematics. Typically you'll hear in the math world, concrete to representational to abstract. So I can build it, then I can draw it, then I can write it with numbers. I think for a lot of our high achieving students, this is a really comfortable space. When we get into like real world thinking about contributing to society, can I have a conversation? But this one, especially, one of the activities we did with the first grade teachers today was they were doing a game where they could ask their students to tell a story about the math. So if I have a problem, but 6 times 3, what's a context or a story that comes with that? So at the end of the day, like, yes, the algorithm is great, but how are we making our students more well-rounded in all aspects outside of just computation of math? And that can be really hard for parents to grasp. It's like, they've got it, let's move on. Like, we want to make them well-rounded in how they approach.
Well, because in real life, math doesn't always come with a blank to fill in, right? An equation that's given to you, you've got to pull out the information, right? Today, we were given a scenario and there was no equation. You were trying to figure out what it is. So you might be great at like solving, with formulas or algorithms or things like that, but you also have to know how to set it up and which one to use and what operation and things like that being pulled from real world context.
I don't know if that answered your question. Can I answer your question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes and no.
For me, I think that I echo what you're saying, but also once they grasp it, if the rest of the class don't, how can we ensure that these kids keep progressing?
Keep going, yeah.
And sometimes they're stuck at their level and say like, well, we have to wait a little bit longer. And some parents get frustrated because they can see that they master all of that, and then the kids can go back to the being bored in the classroom. And
yeah, so that was one of the sessions this morning. So that's a big part of what our focus is this year, is on that personalized instruction, small flexible groups. And so Mike and Karen, one of our coaches, were doing one on enrichment. And so the focus was really grades 2 through 5, because in our data, that seems to speak to the greatest opportunity area for that.
Yeah. Do you want to share a little bit about your session this morning?
Yeah, so essentially we were looking at, okay, within a math day, right? We've got a chunk of time. How are we going to set this up a little bit differently so that it does allow for that time? Because I truly feel that there is a lot of enrichment activities within that whole group lesson that we're doing with the Try, Discuss, Connect. But I also feel like you're saying, there's times where some of these students need more than even just what they're getting during that time. So what were some, talking about using the last 15 to 25 minutes of each math session or day for different groups, teacher-led groups, student-led groups, independent reinforcement, and what are the IRD resources and what are some outside resources that Mercer Island has purchased for that. So we really dove in deeply, looked at, and I say this all the time in my sessions, the best thing about IRD is all the resources, and the worst thing about IRD is all the resources. And because it can be overwhelming for the teachers, because it's like, which ones do I use at what time? What's the click path to get to it? What is this designed for? And so we really dove into specifically what are some resources within iReady that we can use for enrichment. And so I got really positive feedback from the teachers. We gave them more time afterwards, after looking at the different resources, to start planning for these different groups. And I know that it's something that they're very passionate about as well. And they were really excited today.
We have our feedback form right now. We have 60 responses and almost all of them are 4s and 5s, which were the highest categories. So I think we have pretty successful thing around a lot of it.
What was the term for the learning progression? You said
Unit
there's,
flow and progression.
Unit flow and progression.
so kind of thinking about that from this morning with Sarah, the kindergartner, understanding that progression of writing and knowing where they are there, that is the corollary for math. And so I think digging in, and I'll get with Nova on that of what that could look like a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then can you go one slide before this one?
This one?
It was the one with the,
Productive struggle.
yeah,
Oh,
It's not showing up. You're still like.
I know.
Are you talking productive struggles?
Yeah,
Or are you
yeah.
looking at the star?
Challenge and frustration.
yes, that one there.
Yeah.
This makes me think from this morning, our conversation, when we were talking about cognitive complexity versus the success criteria. So cognitive task analysis and success criteria on these, A and B together. So as you're moving through, you're trying to make sure that the success criteria is somewhere in that target zone. But knowing where that target zone is requires the cognitive task analysis to make sure it's there. Because if you have the bar too low, boredom sets in, and then so they're getting it done, but they're not learning anything. If it's too high, you get disengagement, off-task behavior. That's why that data is so important on that.
Any closing thoughts before we switch gears a little bit and talk about like the nuts and bolts of the assessment and the data?
I'm still on the frustration portion. It opened my eyes of seeing what you were saying yesterday, which I would, some of us, just. It's fine. It's good. I'm glad that I was here.
Yeah. Hopefully you, one, had some fun doing the math, but also like you got to kind of like put yourselves in the student's seat and see like there were some feelings. We had some feelings of, I don't know, Nova had some feelings about the math, but thinking again about like how are we supporting all of our students and keeping them in that zone. So we are gonna switch gears. I'm also looking at the time like, oh, okay. Not very fast.
Can I make a quick clarification before I jump into assessment? So you heard Brittany call the curriculum ready classroom mathematics. And sometimes what happens with our families is they're putting those two things together. iReady is an assessment tool that is a part of how we use that tool for instruction in Ready Classroom Mathematics. Ready Classroom Mathematics is not something that is taught online. It is not something that they walk through on an iPad. Ready Classroom Mathematics is a quick workbook, teacher manual.
Manipulative, whiteboards, conversation.
So I think that's important to know, because that's a misconception.
Yeah.
Can I ask you another question? So you say iReady is K-5, but I heard, you might correct me if I'm wrong, an email from the middle school that they were doing iReady assessment.
Yeah.
on the middle school.
So this is where it's different. So the Ready Classroom Mathematics is the curriculum that we have adopted for K-5.
Okay.
iReady assessment, we use K-8.
Okay.
So, I'm excited. What is that?
I'm so sorry. So, and what we, like you, what you did here, it was the iReady assessment only? Or like-
This is the curriculum.
We're transitioning to the test
And it's
now.
the same company.
Yeah.
Same company.
Okay, can we change it to like Math Ready is the
I
curriculum?
know, like, can we get iReady out of the core math curriculum somehow,
Right.
right? Take that word out.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's a
Or, I
great
mean,
idea.
Math Ready is fine, but that implies it's math.
Yeah.
iReady can,
This is literally
Listen,
just
I'm
adjust
way too low on that totem pole.
Yeah, we've been fighting that fight.
So.
I showed everybody where the feedback button is on their dashboard today. You can tell me, but that's way above my pay grade.
Change the name.
So perfect segue though to what is iReady. So this is applied to K-8 in Mercer Island. So iReady first and foremost is an assessment. So it's an adaptive assessment that spans across K-12 in the standards that it assesses. It also includes goals. So every time your student takes an iReady assessment, they are given two types of goals, a typical and a stretch growth goal. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But in a nutshell, they get goals for here's where you start the year, here's your goal by the end of the year. Also is going to include personalized online lessons. To be clear, the lessons range from kindergarten through 8th grade. So we do have quite a few students in Mercer Island that in that middle school have tested out of the lessons because they place above 8th grade. But the lessons are cued by the students' assessment results. And so my pathway of lessons is not going to be the same as Mike's, it's not going to be the same as Lynn Trails, because we all have different needs.
So I guess one question perhaps for another, discussion would be how many at the middle school level have already tested out of iReady? That it might not be appropriate, at least if there's a large chunk of the time designated for those that have, by definition already hit the ceiling there.
And a number of those, if in looking at that, a number of those students then are in our algebra or our geometry courses there. And so I think what I'm also hearing then is, so then is this tool the tool we measure a year's worth of learning, or is it something else instead of that? Yeah, absolute conversations.
Yeah.
And I will say the lessons themselves are just that they're online lessons. So if they've tapped out of the lessons, the assessment still will go kindergarten through 12th grade. So you're still getting the data to measure growth. They just don't have the supplement of personalized lessons after the 8th grade.
Yeah, and there's not, in our middle school, there is not a lot of time carved out necessarily for it. And the math side is something that they've explored changing this year anyway. So there's, at least as far as the personalized instruction.
Yeah. On top of that, as outside of the math curriculum, there are supplemental resources for both math and reading that the middle school has access to as well, that are meant to complement their instruction, not replace their instruction. So all of these pieces together is housed in the one iReady Connect system. So for the students, it's pretty straightforward. Your parents have seen this most likely. They've got their to-do list of what they can work on. They can check their progress, their name. There's a link to a family center on that student page. This is what their dashboard looks like versus the teachers is very different because the teachers are looking at student data. They can drive reports to group students. They can look at instructional next steps. Lots to unpack for the teachers because they're using this.
And I am very sorry, I am the worst parent. So this K-8 can see this or K-5?
K-8.
Okay, I'm the worst parent. I have never.
But that also might be your student is just logging in at school and not logging in at home. And that's okay.
And the middle school just did some of it last year, so they're still learning.
I'm
some
gonna
of
learn.
this.
So just a couple.
Or you're just a really bad parent.
I'm right there with you.
Couple quick facts just about the assessment itself. It is administered 3 times per year to the students. So we do a fall, a winter, and a spring. And it's adaptive. So it's meant to change. One thing that we really push understanding in is that our students, we're not shooting for 100% on this assessment because it's adaptive. So we'll talk a little bit about how that works in just a moment. But it's also, again, generating those goals. We're getting the data that's meant to support instruction. That's really at the end of the day. How do we link that to differentiated instruction? So when we think about that adaptive assessment, a lot of our high achieving students are used to, I'm going to get 100%. This is not like SBA where we want them to get 100%. We don't want them to get 100% on an adaptive assessment because the way it works is our students are going to start at a certain level. If they are brand new and have never taken an iReady assessment before, their question starts 1 grade level below. If they have taken a diagnostic assessment before, it starts where they left off. Okay. So that first question, maybe they get it right. Okay, I got it right. I'm gonna get a little bit harder. Okay, now it jumped up and it got hard. I'm gonna start to adapt down. So as they get questions wrong, it'll adapt down. As they get questions right, it adapts up. And that's how we get that level. Yes.
So I think one thing that'd be really helpful, at least for my understanding, is like maybe if I could get like a dummy account. I mean, just so I could like, be a pseudo student and just like play around with it at home, and, like to understand and sort of see. 'Cause I've heard from like my children how it works, but until you actually like, dig in, like I think it can be a little bit abstract and, there's a lot of isn't apparent, but it's just something we can discuss afterwards that I would love the opportunity to be able to create an account and have my own.
Yeah, we do have a simulator to the diagnostic. So it's like a shortened version that we give that to teachers just so they can experience the diagnostic. We don't necessarily give out like, here you can take a full diagnostic because we want to maintain the integrity of the questions of the test. But we have a simulator. We can send the simulator, that's no problem. Yeah, but that is a question we get a lot, like, can I see
if you can max the test out, don't you?
I will say I gave little
I
bit.
wrote the data. So there are only, I'm holding up a blank poster. I'm looking at the reading, but only 13 kids tested above 8th grade on the fall diagnostic out of 891 kids. So that was where we were for fall.
And are they in math at the middle school?
They are. I just don't know where they are because that's not in iReady.
So as far as, go ahead.
I was, now that you put that, how the opposite, that they don't get to the 6th grade level and they should there. Or simply put, that's a question for her, not for you.
Oh, yeah.
Do you mean how many students are not yet even at level 6?
Yes.
Or, okay.
So as far as what's on the adaptive assessment, for reading, because we have both reading and math in Mercer Island, for reading, there are 6 domains that are covered, starting with phonics, phonological awareness, high frequency words, vocabulary, and comprehension. The reading assessment we'll talk about a little bit. This one's a little bit weird as we move through the grades, but math, we're going to hit these 4 domains in all of our grades, K through 8. So they will have algebraic thinking, which is like the type of problem you engage with today, number and operations, geometry, measurement, and data. So they'll see kind of those 4 sets of questions. When it comes to what domains the students see, kinder and first will see all 6 of the reading domains no matter what. So because they are in kindergarten and first grade, they're going to see phonics, phonological awareness. We have brain breaks built into the assessment, where the kids will get like a 60-second break to play a game or to stand and stretch. One of the games is called Cat Stacker. It's kind of like Tetris, but with cats. The kids are really into it, but the idea here is like, take a break, let your brain rest.
What are they doing?
We might need that too when we get the.
The cats like
like a
fall
Tetris
from the
game.
ceiling and they have to stack
It's just
them.
their brain break game.
It's a
They're not
60-second break.
Yeah.
Hurting, not
No.
hurting.
No, some of the brain breaks are like breathing exercises. I was giving the assessment to kindergartners and it was all quiet and they're all working and it was like popcorn. They all started going, what is happening? They were breathing with a balloon. And I was like, okay, that's their brain break. Cool. So K1, they will see all of these. The reading assessment is more adaptive than the math. So once students are in grade 2, they will see phonics. If they score high enough on phonics, they skip phonological awareness because if they have phonics skills, we know they've got phonological awareness. So if they score high here, we're not going to spend time assessing them on something they already know. We're going to jump ahead over to vocabulary.
Except Nova turned on the foundational reading extension to include it.
Yes. Nobody want to talk about that?
Sure. So one of the things that we wanted to be cautious about was not under-identifying students who might need additional reading support in those early years. So there are certain aspects of the assessment that I can turn on that will allow students to get, even if they max out or test out, they have a few additional questions to assess whether or not. And what we find actually is quite a number of kids who do well on the typical test and then get the low level on the foundational reading extension. So it's been useful, especially for foundational teachers.
Is that a fall? So we turn it on for the fall?
No,
because
it's on
that's
every
May 15th?
season.
Okay.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
Third grade, we take a more drastic switch. So starting in third grade, first thing they're assessed in is vocabulary and comprehension. For some students that score well on these 3 domains, their test will end there. If they show some areas of needing support, they will adapt again to the phonics or high frequency words. So the reading is a bit more adaptive because it's more nuanced in terms of like that learning progression versus the math. We're going to see this across the board unless they're in high school, which doesn't apply here. So that's kind of the breakdown of the assessment itself. One thing we like to brag about is that we did a linking study. So, Joe, do you want to speak to this one?
I'm happy to speak to it.
You speak to it a lot.
Yeah, this speaks to it a lot. This linking study that we did, we conducted at the end of the 2022 school year. It was local, which is really great about this one because it included our school districts here in the state of Washington. There were over 55,000 students across the state that participated, and it was right after the pandemic. We back to school after COVID. Teachers are back in the buildings with students and educators, seeing that students are performing differently than they were before, need some validity, reliability, something they can trust. So this was really timely to be able to have and show that the iRadia diagnostic continues to be highly correlated to end of year summative assessment, SBA. We were able to see 0.82 to 8.4 in ELA and 0.85 to 0.9 in mathematics. We also did an equal percentile linking between the diagnostic and the SBA so that we were able to see if you were to score this on the diagnostic, then very likely you will have a 3 or a 4 on the SBA. And then across all subjects, the proficiency level 3 or 4, it was lower than what we call mid-on grade level in iRadia. So a placement that we have in iRadia where we want all students to get to is mid-on grade level by the end of the school year. If they're at mid-on grade level, they have likely acquired all the skills that were expected of them for that specific grade level. And looking at the equal percentile linking for grades 3 through 8, this is math. The red line represents our SBA proficiency, level 3, level 4. And then our placement levels within iRadia, they range from the lighter blue to the darker blue, the lightest blue being early on grade level, darkest blue being late on grade level, and right in the middle are mid on grade levels where we want students to get by the end of the year. So you can see that at the grade 3, that is almost identical to early on grade level, meaning that if a student is early on grade level at the end of the year with that assessment, they got a chance of passing. It's very, very similar to that proficiency level on SBA. At the 4th grade, that wouldn't be enough though, as you can see, right? SBA proficiency is a little bit higher than that early on grade level. But the point here is that that middle line, which is mid on grade level or above, if a student gets to that mid on grade level or above, then across the board, each grade level, it's a very good chance that they will be successful on SBA.
And then on my thumb drive here, while I'm holding it up, is Ray shared with me this morning that I'm going to give to Nova. The work that he did when he was at Corwin with some schools, which is who now iRadia is pairing up with, around how do you convert the scores here into effect scores. So this morning when we were talking about high achievement, low progress, and we were looking at that, we'll also then start looking at that so we can start giving feedback to teachers as well as students to see not only predicting where they're going to be here, but how are they growing and progressing as well. So Ray got me these too. So
One thing I would just preface as you're having conversations in the community with families, with stakeholders, is when we look at our data, iRadia is both norm and criterion referenced. And so that understanding can take some people by surprise. So when we think about norm reference data, that's comparing peers to peers. How is my 3rd grader comparing to all the other 3rd graders in the United States? Versus criterion reference, which is how is my 3rd grader performing to the 3rd grade standards that the state is holding up to? And so when we look at iRadia data, the colors that we see The colors are referencing the criterion referenced. So I've heard from, quite a few teachers and parents, like, my kid is in the 87th percentile, but they're early on, so the percentile and the colors are apples and oranges when we're comparing proficiency, because their percentile is just comparing them to their peers, which is a totally different metric than comparing them to the standards themselves. So when our students take that assessment in the fall, we often phrase, when we're looking at this data, if I am a third grader and in the fall I place one grade level below or yellow, that makes sense. I haven't had any third grade yet. If I'm a third grader and I'm placing mid on grade level for third grade, I've already met that proficiency level. I'm ready for some enrichment. So when we think about those colors and those terms, we have to really put that into perspective of how are we performing against the standards and the time of year. If I know late on grade level in the fall, I blew that test out of the water. I crushed it. I'm ready for some really deep enrichment. On the flip side, if I'm one grade level below in the fall, that makes sense. I haven't learned any third grade yet. I'm really a second grader, and that's what it's saying. I'm at a second grade level at the start of third. So that's something, again, that the end goal with the criterion reference doesn't change. We want them to be in this range by the end of the year. What's going to change is how our students perform throughout the year.
I was gonna say, in the fall, their placement is based on end of the year standards. In the winter, when they take it, end of the year standards. In the spring, end of the year standards. So like she was saying, those placements, their meanings change throughout the year, right? Like she said, if I'm giving that assessment within the first couple of weeks of third grade, my third grader might not have had any third grade standards taught to them, right? So if they have that, I call them my watch list when they're one grade level below in the yellow, because by the time they get to the winter, I would like to see them moving on to grade level, either early, mid, something like that.
I guess the only initial response, or question that I have about that is there may be students that, don't do well, right? Because they haven't been exposed to that information, but as soon as they are exposed, it just clicks like that and they're ready to go. So if we're doing groups based upon sort of knowledge on day one, it could be they're not doing well because they haven't been exposed to it, but they really should be in a group that accelerates quickly, because as soon as they're exposed to it, it'll click.
I think that's where, I don't know if you remember, Dan, this morning when Ray was talking about when you go to group students within a class and they're static and they're stuck there, that's why that effect size is so low. But the groups that allow for that flexibility to move, so what you'll hear, I think, on Thursday down at Lake Ridge in their third grade is they're reassessing by unit. And so kids are moving in and out. So it's not static for that exact reason. You're going to have a student who might progress. Their progression is faster, and we'll want to see that too, because their stretch growth will start to, should push them out as well. So
Right. Well,
absolutely.
the idea is that I would say to some degree, all teachers are using those sort of unit pre-post kind of things to group their kids. And that's been a significant focus this year, is to make sure that we're kind of focusing on the broad spectrum as opposed to just one end.
And one thing I will say too is, in all of our training sessions, we preface the diagnostic is one piece of the puzzle. There are many assessments that we want. We want those groups to be flexible. One of the reports that teachers have, and I'm just going to kind of show you what it looks like. It's called the grade level planning report. This is the math example. And so, yes, this is based on the initial diagnostic. However, this report, let's say I'm a third grade teacher and I'm working in unit 2, this is going to group students not by their overall score, but specifically by these skills that are connected to my unit. And so again, it's a jumping off point. It's not a set in stone group. We don't ever want our groups to be set in stone. There's got to be flexibility.
And this is where, when we were talking about, okay, Ready Classroom is the math curriculum and iReady is the online diagnostic. And this is how they marry very well together. It's because based on that diagnostic, we can look at upcoming units of study and determine students' readiness for it based on if they have these prerequisite skills on board or if they need some extra support.
And we've definitely had conversations with teachers where they're like, okay, this says multiply one digit number and it's saying, these students in group B need support, but I know that Maya's got that. Well, you've collected that other data in your classroom. You've got, your observational data, you've got quiz data, you've got exit tickets, all those other pieces. Move Maya to the other group. That's okay. Like, this is just kind of your starting point. So when we think about data, we don't want to use stale data, but we have to start somewhere.
I assume that, I like here how, some of the lower scores or some of the lower scores of a smaller group. I assume that's not always the case.
Yeah, and this is fake data. This is not real.
Okay.
This is simulated data.
So it's
I don't
not-
have our real kids.
But I like that. But then like if there's a huge group of red, then the teacher knows that something's missing, the instruction.
And then we have resources that are designed just for that, for whole group instruction and for small group intervention as well.
Is there anything that then sort of flags, teachers like, hey, like this is a normal distribution, an expected distribution within the classroom? But I guess to Deborah's point, like if you see something where there's like a topic where everyone seems to be failing at, that might more easily readily identify that for the teacher that like, hey, like you're sort of out of bounds here. Like you seem to be, you're missing something.
Yeah, so this is just kind of an example of a report, the diagnostic results report that teachers will see. So it starts with like overall placement. So we've got, and again, these are not real students. This is completely fake data. But like, let's say I've got this student, Abby, overall, she's mid-3, but then we can see from each domain, and these are connected to the standards, number one operations, those are NBT and NFT standards. These are algebra standards, et cetera. I can see where they place. And as I scroll through my fake example data, we can now start to see like, okay, I've got Ivan, who is overall grade 2, but you know what? Did really well in algebra and algebraic thinking. So they can start to see some of those differences to then guide that instruction as well. So they're getting more granular data as we move through. Any other questions or thoughts just about the assessment? Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much.
I want to rephrase my question about not necessarily about how many are measuring below 6th grade, but more on how many are measuring below their grade 1 or 2 grade. Like if it's a 9th grader, are they measuring 7, 6, like and who are those groups? Is that kids that are in the special education, or they're English learners, or who are those that fall more in those categories
Yep. And that's where the different colors of green and then into the different shades, even into red, that's where that shows up. Exactly. And it allows the school teams then to have conversations. Is this a student who's already receiving intervention? Was it a surprise? And then was it a rough test day for a kid who we would have thought, wait a second, and that's where the other data comes in. But it also is important of what we talked about this morning, and that is regular intervals where we're checking and we're not waiting till the spring and then saying, oh, well, the reds that we have it being are still reds. No, that's why we want to be intervening. And I think what this offers that I never had as a teacher is that stretch growth. For so many years, especially with No Child Left Behind and everything else, it was all about getting to standard, everybody getting there. And this is truly about not just getting, it's where can we stretch you, which means everybody has a chance to grow more than a year.
So my question is this the 3rd year, right?
This, yes and no.
It's year 2 for the middle school.
Okay.
It is year 2 for literacy in K5 and year 3 for math in K5.
And my question would be like, have you noticed any patterns on who or when are being left behind, and who is accelerating more within those 2 years that you have had, or not?
That gets exactly at this dip that the district improvement plan you saw last night.
Okay.
we see a lot with our students who receive special education services where there is a difference and our English language learners, but we want to now start probing into, other aspects. And then at the same time, who do we continue to see who's excelling and what does that look like as well? So that's exactly why the dip was written the way it was.
And correct me if I'm wrong, what I like about this is, or I guess correct my assumption if it's wrong, but what I like is SBA is one moment in time. These are ongoing. And so what I'm really liking here is if you see a kid bomb an SBA and yet they're doing well, then at least, even if they can't retake the SBA, they can have comfort, the teacher can have comfort in knowing like they're okay and it's a bad day and move on.
One thing that teachers get from the data when students have taken a second assessment is we have a specific report connected to growth. So they can sort their students by the criterion reference data and the norm reference data and see like how their percentage of growth changed on those cut scores, which we use that. That's one of our most busy seasons for professional learning is January and February, because we take that second assessment and then we go into the schools and we help our teachers unpack that data, who grew that like we would expect them, who really grew, and what are those are things we need to keep doing what we're doing, and who didn't grow, and what do we need to change while we still have time before the end of the school year.
And I think, some of the work that we did today with the enrichment resources is really important, because a lot of times when you see those mid or late on grade level students in the fall, it's tough for them to show growth sometimes unless they are getting some true enrichment resources. I'm constantly reminding teachers of what those placements mean, because they sound very calendar based, like early, mid, and late, right? Like they should be early in the fall, mid in the winter, late in the spring. It's not what it means. It's, early on grade level means I've got some of these grade level standards on board and I'm ready for grade level learning. Mid on grade level means I've got basic proficiency for the year. And late on grade level is I've got in-depth knowledge of these standards. So if that's the case in the fall, we better know our students that have that so that we can continue to see growth and continue to push them towards that advanced proficiency.
David Baxter, I think he was fourth grade at the time down at West Mercer. I think it was 2 years ago, it might've been last year. He had a student who came in well below grade level and didn't end up getting high enough for the achievement to be at grade level, but grew by 300 plus points. And so that just blew away that stretch growth. But tracking that along the way and being able to see that success and then see what the interventions were. We have many examples of that one, but that one comes to mind where it was one single kid in that class who was in that situation, and it required a lot of personalized learning for that student. And while they didn't get above the line on achievement, their progress was off the charts and then able to grow from there. So sometimes it takes 2 and 3 years to really get a student all the way back. Even if they're hitting the stretch growth, it still takes them 2 or 3 years. But we know a lot more early, and we know where the issues are and where the strengths are.
And I'm just I keep saying this to everybody. It's also just one moment in time and it's not comprehensive. So that is something we filter the content through, because it could be inaccurate in some places. And it's not necessarily all of the time, but sometimes it might be, because they only get a handful of questions per sort of thing that they're being measured against. So teachers know that it's not a comprehensive assessment. It's their starting point. We call it their starting point. And then they filter through that based on instruction, assessments that they're doing within the classroom.
And to Fred's point, he had said, if the student has a bad day testing, typically with the assessment, they take it over multiple days. So it's not like a really long drawn out thing. So that's also something to consider, kids do have bad days, and it is that one moment in time. So being able to kind of pick that apart, that's not necessarily if the test is invalid, but they might have just come in that day and said, I don't want to do this. And, it happens.
And knowing that they start and finish a domain before moving to the next one, sometimes you'll see which domain the tough day was up, right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of an outlier versus the rest of the scores.
And I would say by and large, it's been fairly accurate in terms of initial placement of students, but just keeping in mind that for some kids it might not.
Is, I heard Island Park, there's some pilot projects. Is that anything related to this or is that something else?
I mean, we use the assessment data to start the process, but that would be a separate conversation.
Okay, so we can
Much
learn about that.
bigger
at some point.
conversation.
Okay.
What did you mention?
There, Island Park, a few of the teachers at Island Park are trying something new. So they're calling it a pilot and I just want to hear more about that, but it's not relevant to this. So I wasn't sure.
I mean, I guess my impression is I think, the amount of data that's collected is impressive and is a very powerful tool. And then the question from the board level is at a high level, what are we looking for, indicia of success? And, to what extent do we weigh progress, versus achievement? I mean, my own sort of bias and, perspective on the matter is that progress is really the fundamental. And that achievement is a bit artificial and seems like you're trying to, it is a homogenous, getting every student to the same spot, which I don't think is at all. And hopefully, although the correlation with SBA, I think SBA is definitely much more of an achievement. And hopefully we start still being analytical, but looking at education more with a lens towards progress and less towards an achievement.
Yeah, with the example that Fred was giving.
Yeah, you're speaking Nova Scotia.
Yeah, and that's the growth. So they don't have it in the fall, of course, because the kids haven't tested a second time yet. But in the winter, as Brittany was mentioning, they'll get a growth, Their diagnostic growth.
This is the beauty of fake data.
They'll also get it in the spring, and in the spring, when they get it, it's from fall to spring. So we can do several different comparisons so that we can see how a student grew across the year, and teachers monitor that pretty closely because that's really what tells them if there's been a year's worth of growth or more. And so that stretch growth is a lot of their aim because that would suggest that they've made more.
Yeah, we did a session with the principals in October, now it's October, in September. And we talked about that phrasing around like, what is 1 year's worth of growth? And so when we think about that, like, we really need to define what are we setting that, like, is it 1 year if I've gone from second grade level to third grade level? Is that 1 year? Or are we comparing it to like 1 year that my peers typically grow? And so there's some nuance there to that phrasing of 1 year's of growth. And so what we talked about with the principals was if we're thinking about this from a standards metric, we need to see the colors shift. And for the students that, again, fake student Asher starts the year at kindergarten, we might not see that color fully shift, but when we look at their stretch growth, that's the goal that's set to catch them up. So every student, regardless of where they start the year, has a stretch growth. So even if they're starting the year highly proficient, they're going to have a stretch growth because we want all of our students to grow. Their stretch growth are going to change based on where they start.
And
So
I was asking actually this, I think it was this morning, I don't think it was here, but in terms of our students with special needs, and if it's actually a cognitive delay, well, we know they're only going to achieve third grade, that's kind of their capacity. I think this does them, it does a disservice to expect them to achieve a year of typical growth when they're not going this way, they're going this way, and we know that. And not that we don't push them and challenge them, but like that. So I still struggle with that a little bit.
And so that, I think if Melissa and Hannah were here, they would say that's where trying to get better about writing the individual education plan goals.
Right.
Because it's the goals within that plan that become their stretch growth in theirs and where we're marking along
Right,
there.
but if we have those kids taking the SBAs with kids who's, the typical, then it's just fail after fail after fail. And
So statistically.
I mean, I'm not saying they're failing. I'm
No,
saying.
it's okay. I'm just saying that in terms of reading, statistically speaking, 95% of kids should be able to reach grade level.
But how about the
application
5%
reading
that
skills.
don't?
Correct.
And then their
Totally.
parents, not only are they struggling, they're getting this fail after fail after fail.
Well, some take the Y.
Some of them, they
Okay.
just don't have the same tests.
Right.
So that 5% would probably not be the kids that are taking the SBA.
Okay.
Stay out there.
I mean, I guess I agree with Deborah with a lot of what you're saying. No, but with a lot of what you're saying, I mean, I know it's the language, but sort of this catch-up stretch growth, to me, that is trying to put progress, but then using achievement as sort of like the foundational, like, end goal. And I mean, during the early example of the student in Mr. Baxter's class, I understand that, there are going to be kids that are behind that get 300% growth. But my guess is the most likely students to have that are those that are high achieving, that are learning multiple years at a time of growth. Like, so when one's looking at stretch growth, one would assume generally the highest correlation are going to be the students that are the highest achieving, but also typically have the highest median growth year after year. And the inverse, I think, is also true. I mean, obviously there's a lot of variability. There's periods where things don't click, and then all of a sudden there's a rapid acceleration. But what I worry about is when we take the notion of growth, but it's really tied to just standards-based achievement, and there almost is an inverse correlation. We're expecting the most growth from those students that are perhaps the most challenged academically.
They might, I think that's where acceleration, which is here and has a high effect size, I think that's where acceleration comes in. And that's one way that you can increase that slope or towards that. I don't know what the stats are. I mean, what the data looks like in terms of higher kids make higher growth or not. I don't know.
I can say that typically the students who are below level make more growth just on account of the fact that their starting point is lower.
Correct.
And so that seems fairly typical. So like Asher up here is an anomaly in terms of our data, right? Our data, if a student would be at kindergarten and would have grown a grade or more.
Well, and I think also, like, unless there's a diagnosed learning disability or something like that, they're not red students. That's where they're currently placing, right?
Yeah.
So, there is going to be a lot, like, not every one of our students started at the same starting line, right? So when we are thinking about some of those students that are currently below grade level, I would assume unless there is a diagnosis of some sort of learning disability or if there aren't the same expectations for that student, right? That would be where we're seeing the discrepancy in the growth.
And then the growth and achievement here, when we display it in our rating, we keep them together as we look at it because we know that growth is important and the achievement also where a student starts and where they end, that has some importance in education as well too. So those two pieces are always going to be kind of side by side and we look at them together. Even on that first original report that we were looking at, all the students listed with the columns, the national norm information is over there too. So we can see that criterion reference and the norm reference. And when we get to our growth charts and student level diagrams, it has the growth and proficiency. So for students that are starting, above grade level, on grade level, that growth, the stretch growth is still taking them farther than they started. So they're still growing. And that stretch growth is giving them an opportunity to have a target to reach towards.
I'm going to get what you're saying. The idea of calculating it based on one point in time as a score and measuring growth against that, which is why I think there are just so many other tools at our disposal that we monitor the growth with. Yeah. This is more of the summative piece of it to kind of capture at these benchmarking points.
Well, it's been a big day. The board's been here since 9. You've been here easily since then too. Definitely want to thank you all for being here and helping our teachers in PD, helping our adults here as we do work here. And Nova, thanks for setting up the day all the way around. We appreciate it. everybody need to do a motion and a second to close out from today's studies.
I move to close the session.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, sorry. 1040. We're adjourned.
Thank you for being.
Thanks, everybody.
Who was the second? Sorry, I missed.
Jody was the second, yeah.
Have a great weekend, everyone.
Hey, Latrell, you're not allowed to leave yet.
Not yet. They got a little more work to do.
At some point, like, it would be okay if I could get set up like that. Yeah, what I'm gonna do.
Yeah,
is
I-
I'll have them get me
The simulator.
the simulator and I'll put that in, my board update.
There's some first time ever. Oh, I did it.
Yeah.
But, well, actually, it's kind of scary, but it's an easy tool. And it's easy to I'm just far to the airport.
Really.
She takes out. It is, we did it last weekend. And it is really like.
Joe, sorry, I got. Yeah, so pick up your, they'll do that to do it.
I don't think so.
We can chat. Sounds good. Thank you. Yes. You're gonna wow.
No.
My goal is actually to stump up.
Oopsies.
You like Jody?
Yes, please.
And thank you, Deborah.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so much for engaging with us.
Appreciate it.
So is it?
So where's that?
Okay, we'll work on it.
She's just moving all the
We
time
just figured that
now.
out. You know, it's been a battle. We've been fighting
We
for
just
a while.
need to
And
stay in.
we need to slow
Someone's
down.
like,
You hear us at grading class.
They were like,